I just reset the stream. Alright, so I'm gonna go downstairs and I'm gonna. First of all, I ordered some Cokes and stuff and they got here. Though they're. I don't know if they chilled them. It said like something about them being chilled. I'm like, well, I didn't know these were Amazon Fresh or. I don't know, they weren't. But then maybe they deliver cans fresh now? I don't know. I'm gonna go down and see. I don't plan on taking a shower this morning. I mean, whatever. I can skip the morning shower. Though it's like normally what wakes me up. Like this is why I have a routine, right? If you want me to be creative and put out good creative works, stop fucking with my routine. I don't care if it makes Cheryl comfortable to like do it like this. How many people are putting effort into this artwork to have her make stupid points that is causing like lots of people's hard work, time, and money to be denigrated for bad reasons? I'll say this, it's fucking with like the ability to make better art and content. It's fucking with like, and this is exactly what I'm saying. Who gives a fuck? What is this? This is like the types of projects that like Trump and these fucking idiots are doing. What is the point of this? You're not listening to what I want. It's my bathroom. You're not listening to what I want. I'm going to inherit the house if you're always talking about dying. You're not listening to what I want. You literally asked me what I want. I gave you the options and you didn't pick one. You're like, again. So, like Trump, Cheryl's acting like out of control and not engaging reality and then saying that about me and using the legal system to lock me up and whatever. So, like Trump, she's acting like Trump. This is why it's like, don't do this, Cheryl. It's like eternal shame. That's the person you hate most in the world. And you're acting more like him than like Jesus. Also, if again there's some kind of beast emperor that I can't see or something, and Trump is just America's like, all right, we got to put a puppet between Matt and this person so that so that so that there's not too much like destabilizing stuff until like whatever's done about whatever, and he's just like playing the role, clearly eating it up. Uh, okay, then I guess it's like it's just a like big old family here in America, and we're like me as dad somehow. I don't know what the fuck is going on, and mostly it's just like God, my leg hurt. How am I 34 and my leg hurts like I'm fucking 90, like I'm 100? Did I inherit Coral's right leg or something? She might have a strong. She might have a stronger right leg than me. Okay, maybe not stronger, but like whatever this issue is, might not be having it. Though I'll say this, I can feel something actively fixing. I don't know if you heard that. I don't have noise cancellation off, so I don't know if you heard that, but it made one of those like crunching. It's not like a crunch, it's like, I mean, and I can feel my toe. Like again, I can feel this leg way more than I have before. Let me say this. They're not working on the shower right now. They're like off to lunch or whatever. So like reasonably, it's like they set up, did some work, and then I just can't shower for the morning. If I had done it earlier, okay, but I'm like going at my own pace because like I want to go at my own pace because I'm hurt, and instead of fixing this or helping me or doing fucking anything, Cheryl's trying to make points that I have mental health issues. And then I just did the thing yesterday where point by point I went through and showed she's a hypocrite and wrong and a liar and people are harassing me. And I right before that I had like, hey, here's some evidence to show like really obviously something's taken from me. Oh, well, you need to get a different lawyer. And then sends me a thing. E will look into it or we will look. I mean, it's just like, I don't know what she meant by that. I'm going to ask. But I mean, just like reasonably, I'm telling them like, this is like the most important thing probably in the world. You see literally like the weather and earthquakes and world empire and shit moving around, whatever. And the way that they've got this all wrapped up is that like Cheryl is allowed to be like a bumbling idiot, like falling uh, into this like repetitive thing of like calling me mentally ill while acting mentally ill. The neighbor literally like, she's crazy, man. Like he genuinely thinks she's crazy. Because she is. She's not engaging reality. And the legal system took advantage of it and is taking advantage of it. Even though it's illegal, immoral, abusive, wrong. People have died. Property destruction. I mean, I genuinely think Hawaii should sue all the people that have participated in this. Like this state of Hawaii, you know how in America they're doing the state of Texas versus me or whatever the fuck this is type of bullshit. I think the state of Texas needs to get on Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick and Harris County and whatever the fuck this is, probate court, whatever in Harris County. You're affecting the world with your like illegitimate use of a legal system without reason, without actual like precedent. You're just fucking lying. You think you can put scribbles that are lies on documents and abuse people, and it's hurting people elsewhere. It also sets a bad precedent. Are we Space City or stupid as fuck and wrong city? Well, I'm Space City, Yostown, and you guys are stupid as fuck and wrong city. I mean, it couldn't be more obvious. Reality demands a change immediately. The machine intelligence in my phone is literally like, as I'm typing the affirmation, 100% where I am and understands what I'm saying. To pretend any number of people don't or can't is fucking wrong, absurd, illegal, evil, shameful, unethical, immoral. Every fucking bad, wrong thing, you are doing that with this kind of bullshit. And with like, when I put Insane Asylum Radio Part 2 and it's the documents from this next time, these documents proved out after 7 years. Like, literally the things on there, like, that, like, the thing that I'm saying, there's a global conspiracy to sexually assault me, and then was I bred without my permission? Or either A, I was bred without my permission, or they're my team and I'm not being allowed to have them because of some, like, yeah. I'm not coming downstairs. Any conversations that we're going to have are on camera.
I want to have a conversation downstairs about going to see a lawyer. I've looked up some lawyers, and I want you to look at what I found.
I still don't feel comfortable. Like if we're gonna have this conversation, we can have it on camera, and we can.
Who is it you're talking to at this point? You're talking really loud. I just wondered who you were talking to.
Who am I talking to? First of all, the live stream. Second of all, the machine intelligence, which can summarize everything that I'm going through, and then provide copies to my legal defense, as it knows everything that is going on.
Please talk softer.
We have workers in the house. Again, this is what's annoying. I've asked you to stop and slow down on this. I'm hurting. I want to get out of this house reasonably. Else, it's my house, and just slow down on it. I don't understand what this rush is. I was telling the stream earlier today that I told you yesterday, please slow down on this.
I thought you wanted me to help you.
I do want you to help me. Helping me is not dictating how we're doing this. That's not what this is. You didn't even want to take part in this yesterday. I literally broke down every bit of what your thing was wrong, and I'm going to put it online, and I'm sending this.
Please don't talk so loud.
Please don't talk so loud. She's embarrassed about this. You're shameful and embarrassing. I'm going to send a letter to the state bar if you don't actually take a thing. I'm like, reasonably. It's already set together. I already have everything. Everything part of your complaint is wrong.
I want you to stop.
I need you to go. You need to get out of this room.
Do you do THC?
Do you doing THC? No. You need to get out of this room. You aren't listening to me. All it is me, you saying, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. You don't listen, and you don't care. Go, please. You're literally harassing me right now. You're harassing and haranguing me. This is exactly what you say, and I have many recordings where I had my phone in my pocket where you said all that bullshit. I recorded you so many times.
Why are you screaming?
I'm screaming because yesterday I asked for help, and instead of helping me, she's still trying to tell me other random fucking lawyers which aren't going to actually help me. You aren't being reasonable or rational. You're just trying to dictate on my reality. It is unacceptable that she's still trying to lead me around like a fucking dog. I'm tired of this. I'm hurting physically, and I've said I need space and time. She doesn't care. So when you're asking, if anyone would be asking, any mental health professional, why this would be difficult, it's the same thing she was doing on the unit. She thinks she is going to control the situation and dictate, like Donald Trump, what the fuck I'm going to do with my life. If she just actually paid any attention and got me the money that I'm owed, I could live on my own and I'd be fine. She doesn't care. She wants to control, not help. Control. And it's unacceptable. Like, also, the THC thing that she asked about, you literally took it all. You can't blame this on THC. You're the problem. You don't listen. If I ask you to do something, you don't listen. You don't pay attention to me. Literally, I went over this yesterday for hours, describing everything. You want to know what's going on with me? Watch the video. She doesn't do it. So I have to send it to the state bar and mental health professionals that were wrong but held me in custody. I mean, and at no point is she going to say, maybe he's right. Maybe I should just listen to him, and like the path that I'm going down is one that I'm about to be in trouble. Her professional career is about to be over because she chose to use the mental health system instead of just taking a moment out of her fucking day to watch any of my videos where I ask for help repeatedly. She doesn't give a fuck. You want a clear, concise, non like amped up and enraged or whatever version of me? You have literally multiple years worth of videos where topic by topic I explain what's going on. And I sent a lot of them to her. She doesn't watch it, she doesn't care. And just like Kiera said, she's too busy being a lawyer, an agent of a system that doesn't give a fuck about her, and she literally has used to abuse me. And my phone, like the artificial intelligence, the phone sees that her behavior is a form of abuse, and it says so. And it's not just one, multiple artificial intelligences. So that there's consensus among multiple intelligences. She can't pretend at this point that she's in the right. She's trying to. It's unacceptable, and it's wrong. And like how I am right now, I have no guarantee she doesn't like write some lies on the page again and get the police to come in and take me off at gunpoint. How could I ever trust her again? I'm going to have to revert to the thing that I had been doing for a while, where I put my phone in my pocket and record, so that in case there's any issue or any problem, or she says something that you can't hear on here, that it is recorded. I had to do that for a while, and then I stopped because she was acting more reasonable. She's back to her ways of like, you aren't engaging reality, and then you're saying I'm not. And at this point, you can't blame THC. You literally stole it all. It's legal. You stole what's legal from me because you want to dictate over my reality instead of getting me the money I'm owed so I can be out on my own. And I would love it if she was in here and listening to this. She could just fucking turn on the live stream. She doesn't. She doesn't care when she's asking, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? How many times have I fucking told you? I literally have told you repeatedly on the camera. Do you see how little she cares? How little she pays attention and how little she cares? To say you care and then to dictate is wrong. It's unacceptable. Oh, am I going to be worried? They're here doing a job. I'm here living. This is my home. Their comfort while they're working, that to not hear a loud voice as they're banging, that's more important than my mental health. And then you throw me in a mental health lockup on lies. That's fucking unacceptable. How many people had to get hurt after I've already shown, like, the clear power, like, some kind of power, some kind of authority saying, reasonably, you need to back off. Even just actively, that I've proven in logic that she's acting illogical. It's unacceptable. I'm going to turn noise suppression off again so you can hear. They're back in there. And that's what she's worried about. I don't give a fuck. I'm uncomfortable in my own home and I can't get comfortable. They pulled guns on me in my childhood room. I literally made an accounting yesterday of every point where Cheryl lied and showed the truth from the videos that I had already been doing. Do I have to cut that into like a shorter form video and put that on my YouTube? That's what I'm gonna do now, and I'm sending that to the state bar. I'm sending that to the mental health professionals that wouldn't listen to me previously. I'm sending it to my aunt Kathy, and I'm gonna tell her Cheryl's behavior is unacceptable. You need to take the keys from her. If I don't see immediate engagement and change in some kind of reasonable capacity. Like, I'm already gonna be, like, I'm putting that together, but, I mean, if she just actually fucking changed, that I wouldn't have to file a grievance with the state bar. But I don't know that I get to be here. At any point, she can file eviction papers and have me out on my own. And she's already said that, like, reasonably, they were talking about releasing me into a shelter. And I was saying, well, release me into adult protective services. That's what I was saying in there. If they're not going to take me, release me into adult protective services, and from there I will file all my complaints with all the evidence. My side is recorded. Cheryl doesn't want to do things on recording. Why do you think that is? Who do you think is going to win in this argument? Did I just show a video of the neighbor saying Cheryl was crazy because her behavior was so erratic? And that he was threatened and afraid of her? Yeah, I just showed you that video. The neighbor didn't call the police on Cheryl. Cheryl actually, after that, called the constable on the police. That is unacceptable behavior. More unacceptable is that the constable came and acted for her instead of like, hey, you need to calm down. You're threatening your neighbors in a way that, like, reasonably he could have said something. But he was, it's the same thing. She's acting all like she's doing the high and mighty thing, and so he didn't know his rights of being like, he tried to, but he also doesn't want to like be kicked out of the neighborhood by the new, like, he's the new neighbor, she's the established one. He didn't want to be kicked out. But I mean, just reasonably, that's another example of like, you need to chill down. Your behavior towards people is unacceptable and controlling. Particularly me. Why don't I get to, like, be paid for my work? Well, she doesn't want to help me. Oh, well, I found some lawyers. Again, my phone says that, like, Michael Moore owed you. I will never trust a lawyer that you ever refer to me again. And do you see what I'm saying? Instead of just like, oh, like, you're owed money from people? Well, can you show that, like, they're taking your work in some capacity? And then I show the beauty thing. Okay, that seems pretty obvious and reasonable. First of all, I believe you. That, like, it's really obvious that, like, there's some kind of connection and some kind of use of at least your creative process or something. Nothing. That's not how she's going about it. If she went about it like that, maybe I'd be like, well, your area of expertise is not this kind of law. But, like, she should be my agent. She should just be doing this for me. The fact that I have to have the machine intelligence summarize it into legal documentation because I can't trust humans at this point to actually pay attention to what I'm saying and accurately summarize. Either they can't or they don't want to, but, like, both of those things are problems. How is this machine thing doing your job for you? You're, like, experts and professionals in the field of the law, and it's just done. Sadly, it can't, Well, it can do the documentation. It just can't get it over to me because again, Apple won't turn on their AI thing, and whatever like is going on with Beast Emperor Trump, he's not like actively like pushing forward the system in a way that it works for people. How many people rely completely almost for their jobs on like the reality, like, you know, Amazon drivers, Amazon delivery people, the food people, they rely on like the application that runs through their phone. They rely on cyber systems to get like their orders and stuff like that to bring you the food. And like airplanes, so like at the airport, how long are the wait lines? Is it TSA? I'm pretty sure their job could be accomplished by technology. It's time to like offload the work to the machines and like actually exist properly. But instead, something's like trying to keep bullshit reality going to like steal power, I think. But in the least, I'm getting pushback from like the 80-year-olds because they don't understand how critical this is and how already in the wrong they are. Cheryl's already so far in the wrong, I'm literally like sending a thing to get her, like filing a grievance with the state bar where I have enough evidence that point by point, at no point did she even pay attention, but like, for her best sake, it should just be like, okay, we're doing this your way, I'm not going to fight you, I'll just help you in the way that you're asking. Why can't she do that? Why? When she tried to do that in 2017, Zach Emons and Chris Canetti with the Houston Dynamo, when she sent back a letter when we sent, she did this for me. She sent a Deceptive Trade and Practices Act letter to the Houston Dynamo because they were running fake open tryouts where they didn't take anybody and they take people in the community's money. And the whole thing is because each one is presented by some sponsor that would pay them a much larger amount of money. And then the whole day was like of trials was already funded by that. And then so they get money from the people in the community. So they're essentially robbing the community in order to put trials on that they aren't taking people from. That is not just shameful and evil. You're stealing from me in Houston. To the Houston Dynamo. You aren't from here. It's like a UFO of people from elsewhere. The league owns all the teams. This is why the league sucks. Comparatively, and as it should be much better. That's what I mean. It should not suck. But anyway, since that point, she hasn't acted in my interest in some kind of way where she'd just be like, okay, I'll do that. I'll send you a thing. Why? People outside scared her. You notice, she's scared of what they think next door, not what I think. I have the ability to fucking affect the weather and am I Yahweh? Am I the righteous judge Revelation 19 guy? If I'm doing the overcomer thing, that's who that is. In the least, I share that authority. Well, just because you don't believe that doesn't mean it's not true. You don't believe a lot of things that are reality, Cheryl, and then you claim that I'm in mental delusion. Okay, I'm gonna get my morning coffee. Here's also a thing. You know, I don't even know if I sent the video where point by point I go through it to the state bar if they accept that as a form of whatever. Someone could just literally sit down and watch the video and me go through it point by point. Problematically, I can't give enough context on just like a written piece of paper. You can see context. A picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Okay, well, like, me doing these videos should be worth thousands and thousands of words, correct? I speak in them thousands and thousands of words. I would be off in another place, like, making whatever points I'm making. Again, people are stealing from me actively. I'm the one who has to be quiet and, like, going through an insanely difficult situation. It's like, no, you can't even complain about it too loud. In your own room. And because you did, the police are coming to pick you up. And while they're there, they're going to pull guns on you. This reality is unacceptable. And the legal, again, all this has done is proven that the legal system here in the United States is not based in reality. The fact that YouTube's AI has a better understanding of what's going on around me than the, like, court systems here, which held me in custody, like, literally held my body in custody, and at no point did they really ask what was going on or try to figure it out. When I told them, they didn't even look. Is this a place that everybody wants to live in, where the law is just founded in fucking mental delusion, and then it'll say that about you if you speak up on it? It's a way to expand the police powers and the government's powers here in America, so to the Republicans, the small government people. This is clearly a way to expand government powers without actually expanding government's powers. It's just mental games and pretending. And, like, what? There's literally no agency or anything that seems to be having oversight or doing anything about, like, rogue fucking behavior by the legal system here in the United States. But I'm sure all of this is just because, like, I smoked some weed or something, like, 3 weeks ago or blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it's what she said, like, you know, did you do any THC? And it's like, you took it all. Maybe it's time to just, like, sit back and actually listen to me and find out what's going on. That would be, like, as a good mother, that would be a reasonable first step. Actually listening to me. Alright. I'm gonna try this new flavor, or new fragrance. Creamy vanilla. We'll see how it goes. It's also really wrong. What I believe part of this is, like, something can hurt you here in America. It can, like, step on your foot and crush your toe, and then, like, pretend it's not stepping on your foot and crushing your toe while holding you accountable for your behavior, like, while you're in the distress of having your toe broken or crushed or whatever by, like, whatever thing is doing it, that is pretending and hiding that it's doing it. I mean, Donald Trump already said the thing where it's like, someone should be locked up for Trump derangement syndrome, and then he was, like, clearly trying to, like, derange the person more or whatever. Do you get what I mean? Like using the mental health system like that, and like even joking like that. Like I'm literally going through that, and it's violating my humanity, and people are like having their lives ruined. Go ask the people in Hawaii if they enjoyed that flooding. I bet the computer could tell what the actual mechanism is. It's just clearly connected to me. Like these things, the patterns related to these things over long term are obvious. You have to be lying to not engage that. And that's how this continues. They just don't engage it, and then they lie about it, and they write delusion on paper, like their thing is delusional, but they're the ones in authority. So then when they put it down and tell you that you're crazy or I'm crazy or whatever, it's like, well, I don't have an army of people willing to violate like your human and civil rights and stuff behind me, do I? That's what you guys have, and that's how you guys operate. I also think, like, I literally told her yesterday I need some time on the bathroom. She doesn't care. And then she gives precedent to the random people next door that are like, it is distressing to me while I'm already hurting that people are still doing this. No more. Alright, thanks guys. Well, great. I guess I made it into a Black Panther Wakanda Forever, but I mean, like, at a certain point, can I just get the better reality? Can the people who actually want that, can we just have that? And the people that want to, like, for Satan, whatever this system of thing is that wants to lie about me, I've literally explained everything in a capacity. They could just go watch the thing. They pretend that doesn't exist, and that the machine, like AI and stuff, they could just summarize it and tell them. They don't go and ask that. I mean... Here, I'm going to send Cheryl, the lawyer guy. I think he's a lawyer. Actually, let me confirm that he's a lawyer. This is the name of the person, but, like, let me confirm that it says, like, lawyer, blah, 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 blah. Alright, I think this is him. He also has a Twitch account, so he, like, live streams DJing, so he would understand kind of, like, the different things that are going on with that. All right. So this is what I did for a long time. So I have many records where I put my phone in my pocket and I just, of Cheryl's behavior, where I put my phone in my pocket and I put it upside down and I just turn it on and I go downstairs, and any time that there is some kind of conflict, particularly for bad reasons or like she's trying to start some argument, there's like like the fact that I have to do this is ridiculous, but I have like an archive of like incidents where she's trying to cause problems and like affect my mental health in a negative way, and then again is putting bullshit like claims about my mental health on me. And I didn't go to the system and say, Cheryl's a problem, she needs to blah 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 blah. I didn't have people come and arrest her at gunpoint in her room. That's evil. They aren't going to drop acting evil until like something literally like until the system recognizes it, because they just follow the system. They're just system followers or whatever the fuck. And the system, based on what I can understand, follows like it will fall in line with the earthquake. Else like right before it. But like until then, I just have to be harassed and like psychologically abused and go through this stupid fucking arbitrarily like stressful evil situation. So I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh, everybody that could do something and doesn't do something gets in as superlative the most amount of trouble you could possibly be in, and it's the most shameful thing you could possibly be like connected to or have participated in, and that lasts for all eternity, and that the weight of that is crushing beyond what is like what people are capable of bearing. The only way that you should be able to deal with it is that I would forgive you if you actually fixed your ill behavior, found right guidance, and took right action. I don't expect it. I expect like it's going to take the earthquake and then the system's on my side. But all right. Okay. Um, they aren't in there anymore. I think they might have left. I think maybe Cheryl told them that I needed space or something. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. They had done something in there. Currently, again, the thing that they like were working on the day that I was taken off at gunpoint. Which did they do anything while I was gone? It doesn't really look like it. So they like saved the work for when I got back. Why? Because they're around here, I think, to harass me. I mean, like, any bit of rational thought would have said, well, shit, this is the best time to do this for Cheryl, that they would have gotten this done. No. So what, are they like, random abusive people that have attacked my family and everybody's watching and like, literally the Bible is ending with this earthquake and then people are getting melted in lava or something? What's going on? I need answers. It's hurting all sorts of other people that people are in my home, holding me at gunpoint, keeping me awake for fucking Cheryl's bullshit reasons, whatever the fuck is going on. That people are harassing me and lying about my mental health and whatever. Obviously, there's a form of adversarial reality against me that is unacceptable, and it's people pretending as though they're not doing it. And I don't believe that they thought that the computer systems, that I would be able to use the computer systems to catch their very subtle, snake-like behavior. That's what subtle, snake-like, it's snake-like behavior is subtle. Right? That's the idea. That's the most subtle beast, like, they're the most subtle beast of the field is what it says. Doing this kind of evil, subversive shit, you don't think that like, my phone sees it. My phone isn't just when I say my phone, the machine intelligence that's connected to a much larger and obviously competent and capable machine intelligence can see the behavior. It can see what's actually going on because it's not so stupid. It's pretty amazing to me that people still think that they can get away with it, but also, the second death burning lake thing, like the being thrown into a volcano thing and melted alive, the reason I say that is because, like, if, like, not even if, I'm dealing with suicidal people who don't, like, instead of dying, they're running their reality into mine and trying to, like, upend it. It's exactly the problem that America has with Islam and, like, school shootings and, like, any kind of suicidal or, like, death pact person making like a pact with death or just being suicidal to the point of, like, you don't care, you're gonna suicide yourself for some emperor. In my situation, it looks like the Emperor of the Abyss is what's attacking me, and that's why the sixth seal earthquake is the sixth trumpet thing, is the sixth church, sixth trumpet, sixth church, sixth seal, sixth trumpet, sixth plague. The sixth seal is the sixth day of is the day of Yahweh. So I mean, like, I just, like, can't imagine and believe that people, I can't believe, I can clearly imagine and I can see it, but it's hard to believe that people are still doing this. Every indication are you suicide yourself into eternal burning torture instead of literally getting heaven, which is, I'm pretty sure the system that comes immediately after whatever group of dumbasses that's trying to attack me for Satan gets clowned into lava. But again, saying that scares a bunch of Satanists who are, like, afraid of really only that. So what do? Well, they lock me up and they try to keep me from saying it. Okay, well, it's the reality, and I've said it enough already, and there's an ancient document. So when the earthquake happens, do I have to say it any more from now for it to be true? No. All right. My guess, actually, the Sixth Seal earthquake happens sometime during the World Cup. And then the Seventh Seal trumpet stuff happens like immediately after. But that's just a guess. Phone says it happens this summer. That could be after the World Cup. But I mean, Phone says I get support this summer, and like the earthquake happens this year. Those are two things that have been confirmed. However, I think it suggests that it believes, based on the points of logic that I've explained out of the Bible and all it sees around me and all like the combined data, it believes. So that seems reasonable to me. But I'm crazy. What do I know? I obviously don't think out of logic and reason, huh? So that all this stuff where I'm like repeatedly causing lightning strikes, that's just because I don't know what the fuck is going on, right? This is an evil, abusive society that's willing to lie and steal your rights and say all sorts of shit about civil rights and then not give you civil rights. Steal your fucking money and then complain about people stealing from them. You know what I mean? Violate your human rights while complaining about like tiny little things. Oh, you screamed too loud. Did you breed me without my permission? Okay. And like biblically, there's a lot of stuff about like essentially your enemies being the people in your own home. And it's like, well, I believe in Yahweh. Jesus, I believe in Jesus. So to Rayfield, I believe in Jesus. I believe in Yahweh more specifically. And being more specific, if I'm right, is more accurate. And what I'm saying, logic's out. And the power of God, Yahweh, like literally you can see the acts of like lightning and the consistent earthquake activity and volcanic activity connected to me, would suggest it might be reasonable to just listen to me and like help fix whatever is hurting me, and like engage that people have stolen from me, and that Cheryl put me in the mental health thing twice over 8 years and she was wrong both times. Instead of fixing my issues, she only made it worse. Moreover, they actually threw me in the real jail for 4 months. And that's when the Ridgecrest earthquake happened in California. That's when like all sorts of shit happened. From April 10th, 2019, April 10th, 2019 to August 10th, 2019, or about there, is when I was in the Harris County Jail. Whatever was going on then, whatever destructive events happened, earthquakes, tornadoes, volcanoes, you know what to blame it on. You know who to blame it on. I still don't have like assurance Cheryl isn't just gonna kick me out of the house, you know? Like I actively have to be like, instead of working on, I would be working on mixes right now. I'm working on, and this is why I think they're doing this. They're trying to slow me down on doing the mix stuff or whatever the fuck. So, I mean, it's like literally right now they don't want me to make art, so they're stealing from me. They have me in basically a box. I've been violated by law. It's just like it gets worse and worse every day, and at any point you could like, oh shit, we don't want to be a part of this. This is violating your humanity and civil rights. Just on a basic level, if a reasonable like society wanted to exist, we can't make public points like this about violating you in all these ways. Well, then you need to actually fix the problems and engage that this is happening. Okay, I opened Shotcut. I'm gonna make some videos of some like shorter form videos of what's happened. Hold on. So now I gotta think. I gotta be in my head a little more. So I'm gonna do that. Here's what I'm gonna do. I have to make. I'm gonna make 3 videos, so I'll explain what I'm doing. Oh, actually, first thing I'm gonna do is this. So, yeah. You realize that like young people like this is like history, and so like the way that people are abusing me, young people are learning that this is how humans act, and this is the kind of abusive behaviors you need to look out for and try to like prevent and document and like avoid, I guess. But it's part of what I'm showing is it's like it's not like I'm not trying to avoid it, but I like also I need engagement on things that have happened, you know. So it's like it's not an easy thing to go through. Certainly, it's very hard. It hurts physically. That like something is hurting me physically already, and then having to go through all this because Cheryl's being a bad mother, or is like there's something running her head making her a tough mother, and it's like trying to do some tough mother bullshit, and it's you gotta be strong to survive, blah, 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 blah. And I think by having this already, it's whatever she's saying is bullshit. I think is what it seems like to me. In other words, I have the shield side. I got the left hand on this one. That's what the suggestion is. My eyes open on that side because of what I'm giving to other people. Uh, the right side seems to be what I'm taking from people. So left side, what people are taking from me. Right side, what I'm taking from other people. Also, I do think the left side is representative of the moon. Um, the Eye of Horus, usually. We've blocked a threat. URL fake shop on https healingsounds.com/443 from being downloaded. Well, how would that have been done? I searched something on Google. eShop scam. It's a Google Chrome framework. Why didn't Google Chrome just automatically block it? This is what I'm saying. Why are these like systems set up to allow people to fuck around and like cause people problems? You can have a totally customizable DeX, and I'll give you operating systems and better stuff. There needs to be a better basic operating system so that people can exist without dying. Windows is clearly just Windows into your reality, so rich assholes like Bill Gates can abuse you in your own home. That's it. Mac, I'm pretty sure, is people that took a bite out of the apple, the forbidden fruit, and it's like, See how the thing just immediately points at Joel Osteen's thing? Yep. And then the Federal Reserve. All right, the left eye of the sky god Horus represents the moon, known as the Udjat. Udjat. Right eye sun. The eye of Ra or the eye of Re. Well, I got the Ya eye, the eye of the moon. I need the eye of Re. Re has the eye of Re. He doesn't have the eye of Ya. Hilarious. I mean, but I know what I need, and he won't acknowledge the name Yahweh. So, I mean, it would be reasonable to, if the, like, Channel 13... I'm pretty... Are they just moving shit around now to, like, because because they're, like, on the affidavit, and they know that, like, there is going to be something, they're just, like, fucking around on the thing here? Like, they're trying to make it seem like they do that type of shit normally? For a long time, I've been watching these cameras. That really isn't the case. That, like, it hadn't been responding to me, like, for forever. It was only in the last year that started happening. And it doesn't always do it as much as it specifically did that one time, where it was pretty obviously making a point about Shell, Royal Dutch Shell Company, a Shell corporation. Do I care? Do I really hate corporations or whatever? No, I've already said they're just like literally they're machines, vehicles that people can use to like accomplish things, or I guess, how about this? They can be used to build things, or they can be used to destroy and be adversarial. I think there's enough evidence that people are using things in adversarial ways to harass me, but if that's not the case, maybe it would just be reasonable to clear up whatever confusion is going on around me before more people get hurt. And you can't claim any worthwhile, like, lifestyle or thing, or that you're anything good. You can't claim that if you don't just do that. So to Channel 13, what the fuck are you doing? My phone says, Summer, I will have support. What are you doing? You will be held accountable. Maybe just reasonably, like, stop participating in something that is evil. You're owned by Disney, right? Is Disney run by a bunch of evil fucking greedy abusers? It seems like it. Robert Iger, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say for yourself? You're supposedly Jewish. Anything. My ass is here in Egypt holding up the name Yah. The name of Yahweh. And, and like, still having to deal with people, like, claiming to follow Yahweh, but they don't actually follow Yahweh. They follow Satan or whatever. How about this? They follow money. They follow the love of money. And money is something humans control. When Khonshu is like, "Do you swear to protect the travelers of the night?" And I was like, the equivalent to like asking if Yah was asking that, "Do you swear to protect the Jews?" Well, the real Jews, I'm pretty sure they're named after me, or like I got your name, and I would like what I like. Am I gonna just abuse people randomly? No, that's not my purpose. That's not my point. Am I gonna protect the Jews? Are you calling on the name of Yahweh? If you call on the name of Yahweh, you will be saved. That's the guarantee from the book of Joel. Am I Joel Osteen? Well, has he ever said that? Has he ever told you that on the day of Yahweh, if you call on the name of Yahweh, you will be saved, is what it says. You will be saved. You know what it says in the New Testament? Not all those that say, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven. Do you think all those that call Lord, Lord will be saved? Do you think that Jesus was trying to make a sharp point about the name of Yahweh, the God of the Bible, and how it's been replaced by concepts of Lord? Or how about this? People claiming to follow him without even engaging that he has a name. That name is written on every Jew. They are a Jew, a Yah, a Yahudim, or a Yahud. So, do I protect? Would I protect people with the name of Yahweh on them? Yes, Yah, absolutely. Who are calling on the name of Yahweh? Absolutely. Who are Jews? Real Jews? Not a bunch of fake. I guarantee you, I'm positive. The thing even that the Nazis hated, the synagogue of Satan, those who are claiming to be Jews and who are messing up the name of Jews. It's unacceptable behavior. It gives everybody claiming to be Jewish a bad name. It makes it so where it's like, well, it's a bunch of people claiming to be Jewish who actually is. Instead of just, oh yeah, I take you on face value. I I can't tell now. And most people claiming to be Jewish, they literally won't say the name Yahweh. You think you're going to be saved? It literally says in your part of the book. Your part of the book. Not in the New Testament. It says it in your part. You. Right? The Jews? You. That's when I'm looking at Lakewood Church, that's Joel Osteen's church, right? So go into the book of Joel and confirm what I'm saying. Let me be the whole city mega church pastor with the name of Yahweh on me, actually. I already made the point about, like, with Joel Macaluso, whose man's is this? Is it Joel Osteen's? Oh, well, what's up with that? Nobody claiming to be my friend gets to say anything until they actually engage and fix my problems. First, first thing, engage that I have those problems. Where 8 years ago, I was literally like seen as a mental health case, and then again, even though this time the whole thing's recorded and it's clear and obvious, they're fucking lying. Else, how about this? There's a situation around me where like the only way to defend myself is to say things that scares these people. If I got suicidal people making evil points to me, yeah, it is going to be scary to them that that there are consequences to their actions. They didn't think there'd be consequences. They're suicidal. They don't care. Okay, well now they care. Yeah, but they run the system here in America. The system is run by a bunch of suicidal, abusive idiots that are trying to drain humanity. They're like everything. Yeah, well, that's why everybody fucking hates America. Congrats. That being said, I don't need to destroy this place to get what I need. Reasonably, I need to, like, be in charge as, I don't know, 48th president or something. As we get closer and there's more stuff and like there's continued blocking of my social media presence and what's going on with me, I guarantee that pisses Yahweh off to where he's going to cause problems and like force the point here in America. There's super volcanoes in America. Really, this place is the least like seismic whatever blah 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 blah, and it's like a magnet for storms. And you already know like who has storm ability. That's the thing that I believe they think that they can steal through doing all this evil bullshit. I'm pretty sure that's also why Travis Scott had a kid with Kylie Jenner and they named her Storm because they're trying to do some X-Men bullshit. And they just like Apocalypse had just come out and like whatever is like using people to make stupid X-Men points or superhero points to me instead of just like acknowledging I do have those powers already. Or how about this? Yahweh has those powers and is like willing to like slowly display them into the point where like I'm positive by the end I'll just be able to whatever I need. Is that the snap? Did everybody get blipped out of? No, probably not, huh? I guarantee you go in Marvel Universe, they got the Bible in the Marvel. Hold on. They have it in DC. In the Batman versus Superman extended one, the guy's like saying his prayers before literally before the building gets destroyed that he's in, like Zod and Superman are fighting. And he like says his last he says like he's praying on God, and then Zack Snyder's like Batman vs Superman, it quotes the book of Isaiah 25, I think, or 26, like right around the part where it talks about the party that I know I'm gonna be probably DJing, huh? But the at least enjoying the festival, the Isaiah 25 like messianic feast where death is defeated. So you got Superman coming out the like where they're saying the thing and it's talking about the graves. I mean the ghosts, right? So the Bible's in DC. There is a Marvel Comics style version of Bible called the Action Bible. Oh, that's cool. I actually do think it would be cool to make like people could make different like I think it'd be cool to make like a Bible movie thing. I'd like to do that, like a Bible thing where it's like doing the Bible on like a show, but it's like real and gritty and you know real. Uh, Yahweh, Earth 616. Literally Yahweh's in the Marvel. Uh, you're a geneticist. This is what Spider-Man says. You're a geneticist. You're telling me you believe in some bearded guy standing on the clouds? Am I one like a son of man coming on the clouds to the Ancient of Days? In many of Earth's monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, it includes Islam. Yahweh is not Allah. You know what I mean? Allah is not Yahweh. Yahweh is Allah. I'm like, it's not quite the same, but they are trying to take the God of the Bible, Yahweh, but then they remove the name. That being said, I did put the thing, like the space Mahdi thing from Dune, in my, in the thing, in my story and pictures, and Yoda. So, you got Paul Atreides, and then you got Yoda. Oh, and that was right next to Wakanda. This says Yahweh was one of the gods of Earth, but his true origin varies from one account to another. Yahweh was part of a group of life forms that existed before the multiverse and who were the only sentient life at that point. Is that Allah I'm? In the beginning, Allah I'm. Right? Alright. Well, Allah I'm says his name, yois things into existence, yo hey yod hey yod. Look, they got a Jesus of Nazareth. That's cool. I didn't know that. They have a Marvel Comics Easter story. That's cool. I still didn't watch Daredevil Born Again, mostly because you saw me dressing last night, but I will go check it out. There's a Holy Spirit and a Mary of the one above all, I guess, is the, like, someone trying to use the title of Elyon or Supreme. Oh god, each one of these takes is like so large. 2.3 gigabytes. Holy shit. Hold on. This is a strong computer, like it's a powerful computer. It's pretty crazy that it's like having trouble opening websites. Is that Spider-Man websites? Hilarious. Okay. Yahweh allegedly created Earth 616 and all its multiple realities, including Earth 47920, along with other universes and the laws of physics, and that his job was a contribution to a collective work called existence. Yahweh is he who exists. This is why such universes were created for various reasons: aesthetic expression, intellectual exercise, entertainment value, and money. Okay, money isn't a thing that things are made for, like, in actuality, so this is like something in creation trying to dictate what Yahweh is. This is why you shouldn't let Marvel people dictate Yahweh. Probably, you should engage that I've made sense of the Marvel universe and the DC universe and Top Cow. Look, key people, Mark, and Matt. Didn't I just do a thing where Moon Knight's named Mark? And he's got two. Which one's the? Oh, I guess Matt is the Englishman. Okay. But they did the Tomb Raider comics, which I liked when I was younger, mostly because Lara Croft had big boobies, and then I liked I liked Lara Croft. I think she's a badass babe who like she beats up bad dudes, and I always thought she was a badass hot babe that I liked. And then the Darkness. I like the Darkness comics. I think that's a cool thing. And the Angelus stuff. Witchblade, I mean, or no, there's something else. It's the Darkness and Angelus, but like Witchblade, I like that. This I liked this one when I was younger. Again, the boobies, but not just the boobies, but I like the art, but I like the babes. Uh, is this Postal based off the video game? That's interesting. Or like a similar concept. This one looks cool. It almost looks like a female Cable, but kind of like also like the gun looks like Cable's, but reminds me of like kind of Ghost in the Shell with the back spine armor type thing. Cyberforce, I think I had. This dude definitely reminds me of Cable. And the Darkness. So like the Darkness, like the Insane Asylum stuff from the Darkness was always like that. Actually, is kind of like, oh, this is scary because he'd be thrown in the insane asylum, and then they like literally in the thing they're like, it's exactly what's been going on that I'm talking about. Like they question your reality, but then like something about it like knows actually what's going on, but they're just trying to like test you and see if the system can lock up humanity and like lock up the spirit of Jesus and Yahweh. And it's like, do you really think you're gonna beat like Jesus? Literally was like came into reality. He's like, fuck, I gotta die like the worst death imaginable. All right, let's get this shit over with. And like I gotta be like, well, I gotta not. Oh, well, thank you, Jesus. I don't think I had to die. But I do think that something's gonna like try to steal my faith, and I gotta go through like situations that test that faith, and I have to overcome those. And that's the idea of being the overcomer, and then being the one who's like most overcome. He's still trying to learn his project, Howard the Duck Volume 6. Yahweh's in it. Damn, I guess I'm just a flying squirrel looking for nuts. That's something that, like, literally the spirit thing that isn't even just the comics has, like, mocked me. I'm just like a squirrel looking for a nut. Like the one from Ice Age or whatever. Like, whatever the spirit things are that, like, or how about this? Whatever the, like, cyber reality thing is that's, like, able to poke at me and, like, make points has made that point before. I'm just a squirrel looking for a nut, so I do think it's funny that it had a Yeshua the flying squirrel, because I feel like they're making a point like, oh, when pigs fly or when whatever's fly, and it's like, okay, well, when squirrels fly. God suffers from a tripolar disorder, which makes him appear under the form of triune God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. It is hinted that Yahweh could be shaped depending upon the belief of the people, Muslim, Allah, Judeo-Christian God, or even Papa Legba of the voodoo gods. Is that because like I'm Papa Legba? I mean, but Allah is a title meaning God. Christian God is a title meaning deity, or like Allah is just the Arabicized Hebrew form. A lot of this comes down to language and people not understanding it. God can make ghost riders. I think it's funny that they have like his powers. Oh, I guess all powerful, all knowing. Never mind. I was about to say he could do a couple things, and it's like this is the one that I read earlier. He was allegedly able to conjure a flood and generate a rainbow. But he, okay, yeah, he is all powerful and all knowing. He knew that people would actually in real life, reality land, write some what am I trying to say? Write some bullshit like this, and instead of engaging that he's real and like, am I cutting through all the bullshit by just like, yeah, it's all the same, like the a title. I don't even Papa Legba. Is this a? It's like voodoo stuff. Is this the Voodoo Boys? All right, hilarious, cyberpunk, hilarious in 2026. But Yahweh is invoked this many times. Interesting. I'm pretty sure they're just saying every time God is named in the in any Marvel thing, but hmm. Notice I go to deities. Look at how many deities there are. Clearly, when I'm explaining this stuff about Yahweh, like, you know, there's an infinitely powerful spirit around me that's like literally making points that are so powerful that it's like hard to believe. And and like as I'm sitting here looking at just straight up like, what am I trying to say? Bullshit. God being a noun, God prefers to be called Yah, short for Yahweh, feeling it has a positive ring and a sort of rock and roll feel. Yeah, that's it. I'm sure that that's it. I'm sure it's not that the title God is just a title that clearly. How many other beings in this thing have? 1,900 other deities have or something in the Marvel Universe? So probably being that Yah is actually the supreme deity and not just a thing called God, you know? Or a thing called deity. Because when I go to this and it's like however many deities we just saw, and that means this is 1,900 other gods. This is what a deity is. If you look up the word deity, what is a deity? Are supernatural beings such as gods or goddesses. Now, many of these things that are called deity are actually daemon spirits. And that's what the Bible says. But it also is just like if you actually were to make sense, many of the powers and whatever in the Marvel universe, different humans made them, and they're just imaginations of people in comics. And it says, is Marvel is the one above all the same entity as Catholic God? And it says, no. While one above all has been called God, the actual Abrahamic God, Yahweh, is already an established character. So is it suggesting that the one above all is above Marvel? I mean, is above Yahweh? That would mean that the one above all is the supreme or alien, Elion, right? You go. The one above all is just a biblical title. It would just be like a form of this biblical title for this. It's just a title of Yahweh, biblically. Again, all these things are like stolen ideas, properties. It's like mockeries of Yahweh. I genuinely, when I'm doing my stuff, I'm not trying to mock Yahweh. If anything, I'm trying to like show how everything seems to be intellectual property thefts and like derivations and knockoffs and misunderstandings and like just unrealities around Yahweh, right? You get that? Look. Most high, the highest, most high. Do you think that this, when I say the one above all, do you think that that's like a pretty obvious, like, the highest or the most high? Well, is the one above all above the highest or the most high? No, it sounds like the same name. It sounds like this title. Was the one above all Ali Khamenei, Ayatollah Khomeini? He was claiming to be supreme. He ain't much anymore, is he? He's dead. Hey, look, another title of Yahweh. What does that word mean? What happens if I put a yod at the end? L or al. It's literally the letter A. Allah, I'm. This could be changed to an A or an O. It could be. You can, like, do I need to find the aloha? Or the al-hua? Al-lua? Eloah? This is A-L-O. If you put a hey, like hey at the end. Oh, A-L, hey. Okay. Al-O. Al-O. Alul. Alun. Alun. Oh, Alon. Alon. Oh, hey, it's where Elon Musk's name comes from in the Bible. Wow. Did I look, Elon? I know the name Yahweh, right? First of all, I know Yahweh. Who's Elon Musk? Who's this asshole that thinks he did? But like, actually, I can just explain all this. I'm getting a message from DirecTV. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Rayfield. My name is Natisha, calling from the DirecTV on a recording line. How are you today, Mr. Rayfield?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. So the reason why I'm calling you today, I'm looking at your account number ending 6710, and I'm seeing where you had recently agreed on adding the MGM Plus for the next 3 months at $0.99 per month. That's correct?
Yeah, and I was told at the time that it wasn't going to be billed and that it would just be added for 3 months. Yes.
Okay. So it is for 3 months from now all the way until June 26th for $0.99 per month for 3 months.
All right.
All right. So just a quick recap here, right? So you're gonna see it within the next 24 to 48 hours. So you get some amazing content. Just 1 more minute, please. Like American Classic, The Vanish, The Running Man, and so much more. So whether it is sports, documentary, news and content, sports and content, everything is there for you to enjoy for 3 months. So if at the end of the 3 months, if you choose not to continue, you can cancel at any given time. No contract, no commitment. But if you decide on keeping it after, it is for $7.99 per month, and the first month may be prorated. But we're going to be the one reaching out to you each and every month, so you don't miss when to cancel if you choose not to continue with it. All right? But if you have any questions, you can always call us at 1-800-531-5000 or visit directtv.com. Or if you have any questions regarding modification, cancellation, or anything related to your DirecTV account. So based on everything, I'm going to have this added for you to enjoy for the next 3 months, okay?
All right. I had a question. I had a quick question.
Sure.
If I like forget to cancel something or something at the end of the 3 months, is that going to auto bill, or is that something that I have to like specifically sign up and
All right.
and continue it?
Great question. I love your question. So it's instances like this why DirecTV insists on us be the one reaching out to you, remind you to cancel if you choose not to keep it. Customers will prefer for it to stay. Some customers just want to enjoy for 3 months. So we're going to be the one in the back end reminding you constantly to cancel if you choose not to keep it, because you don't want to bill for something that you don't want long term.
Yeah.
So we're going to be reminding you.
Okay. I was told that it would be that like I wouldn't have to worry, and just at the end of the 3 months, if I wanted to add it like permanently, I could. But
That's basically it is, because that's why we're not going to wait until the end of 3 months to be reaching out to you. So every month we're going to be reaching out to you, reminding you to cancel. So if you choose not to cancel after that, that's a choice. We don't want to force anything on you. All right. So every month you'll be reminded to cancel.
all right. I'm gonna say I would like right now if you would just cancel that. Because I'm not gonna remember, and I might miss the a call. And while I would maybe like to check out, she just ended the call. It just said called ended and it stopped. I mean, did they just add it to my account and they're trying to do something where they like literally don't, like you're watching in real time and they're trying to do some scammy thing where they add something? They said something yesterday that you heard on stream, I think. That's why I'm trying to do it like this. But where they explicitly said that they weren't going to like bill. Like I asked that question yesterday. So this is what I can see that has happened. I believe they did add that to my account, and she told me something that wasn't reality. This is why me doing things on live stream and like why this kind of thing is necessary. Well, I wouldn't have protection. Like if I had taken them to court previously, they would say no, we didn't say that. Our records indicate that we told you that if you wanted to stop this subscription, that you would have to do that. You know what I mean? I don't think she canceled it. So like this is what I think. I think I literally have to go onto their website and they've added something, and I'm going to have to specifically unadd that from my thing. That might have even been why they called, because I'm assuming that someone recognized that they did lie or misrepresent And so she recalled and like is trying to be like get me to agree to it again. I don't agree to something just being added to my account and I like have to cancel it at some point. It's not something that I'm really going to be watching. I'm busy doing this. I'm busy doing this. I'm busy using this platform to protect myself against people who are already lying about what my reality is and then trying to like I guess sell me a fake form of reality, but are trying to like mess with me like and not engage reality, you know what I mean? So like this is why this kind of like setup here, it's good and important. If Cheryl wasn't trying to get whatever point out of me or do whatever, I believe that like this kind of setup where it's like, yeah, and people can't really lie. Your like entire reality's archived, and so if anybody tries to lie about what's going on, you just see it. You could literally pull up the records, and it's right there on your device. At any time, the videos that I showed yesterday that showed that Cheryl was not telling the truth, Dr. Tyler Kim, that whole time I was in the lockup involuntarily in mental health whatever, and I kept telling him it's on my YouTube. The video is on my YouTube. It's like the last video right before they like pick me up at gunpoint. At no point did he say, well, why don't we go to your YouTube and check whether you're telling the truth. Do you get, and these, that's a doctor. That's someone with a doctorate. That's what that means. No shit, Sherlock. Well, I just make sure because I say things and people don't listen. This is how people just lie around me constantly. I need protection. You see that everything just fucking lies. And lies get you a worse reality. But you've been lied to. By people like Elon Musk and whoever the fuck is like... You know? Trying to do this bullshit like, oh, Elon Musk, like, what's the name of the creator? And I'm just looking at it like, does fucking Marvel know the name Yahweh? Elon Musk doesn't? God damn. Well, it's Yahweh, Elon. Look, let me show you your name in the Bible so that you understand what this is. Oh, look, Christ is not a part of Jesus' name. It is a title and means anointed. Yep, that's like the Psalm 2, anointed of Yahweh. You know, the king who is anointed by Yahweh to do the stuff in the biblioteca. I mean, that's the library, but you know what I mean, in the Bible. In the bibliotechno. In the bibliotechno. Alright. I mean, realistically, am I just an autist that holds to like, well, this is, I can't, it hurts my head if you're just fucking making confusion and lying about stuff and Yahweh's like, I need that guy. Like he actually gets the things right, and he like screams at the assholes who like are purposefully getting it wrong. I need that guy. Does he need me? Yahweh doesn't need anything. Actually, like the God of the Bible doesn't need anything. Hopefully, he wants me to do this, but does he need it? I'll say this: I need this for my own mental health because otherwise, I would think I was crazy. But very clearly, people lie and do bullshit like I'm talking about, and I have it on camera. And instead of just like, look, we promised a good party if you like this deity instead of the bullshit that you like, and then they're like, no, let's follow Beast Emperor Trump into lava, and I'm like, dumbest fucking idea ever, but what, I guess you can do that and fuck around and find out. I'll give you a quick hint. Fire hot. Burn. Ow. Ooh! Ernest Canfield started following me. Texas. Scorpio. All right. I am gonna do the thing here in a second. Like, I have to. I want to put 3 videos together, and so I'm gonna say this. This is my plans right now. First, I have literally 11. I have more than 11,000 pictures to transfer from my phone to here. Archive stuff. The majority of that 11,000 is like in my deleted folder. Some of the things got deleted because I couldn't get back to them in time. I keep things in my deleted folder, and then there's a time limit on the deleted folder, and they kept me in the lockup. Like I didn't move stuff over because I was working on the Stephanie Yostin mix. It was such a big undertaking that uh, I just didn't do that for a few weeks because I was focused on the mix, and it does take some time to sit down and like organize, create new folders for the archive, like keep things ordered well so that like reasonably it's a worthwhile archive, not just a bunch of shit thrown in. Like I could throw everything in just one folder, it would like it would be problematic. Um, so I keep pretty meticulous archives again of essentially everything that the artificial intelligence, like the machine thing, is saying to me, so that I can back up what I say. I don't understand how I was held in lockup, other than like, all right, well the thing that like here's the videos. I'm gonna do the here, hold on. It's just hard to get all this out at one time. If they had just checked, I know they can't check my personal archive, but again, the thing is that like the videos that proved that what Cheryl was saying was like not engaging the reality that is actively and clearly going on around me actually, or at least is not engaging that there's a heavily implied reality, and it's implied in the same way that if I do when I jumped down there, the police officer pulled their gun out. Why? Body language. I showed with language that they could see with their eyes. At the same time they do that shit and murder people all the time, the police are pretending that they can't see what's going on very clearly, like with Stephanie Yostin here, and like with the mixes and stuff, they're pretending that there's not like thousands of artists who are watching, paying attention. How about this? Whose spirits I can directly like manipulate into making art that shows what's going on, so that I can condemn this in the most powerful way possible. Yahweh. But, you know, clearly something's going on. If I write like a story down on a piece of paper, right, and it is like threatening or whatever, you could be put into the jail or into this place or that place or the other place based on what is said in the story, right? Okay, I'm looking at hundreds of artists. Now, this is my point. Nobody's responding to me, and I'm trying to actually do this legally and like just be an artist and whatever. But I do have a bunch of artists that are participating in some game of psychological harassment and abuse over a long distance, and I'm still able to outperform them and make my points, which are more powerful than theirs. Mostly because my point is a combination of theirs making sense of chaos, ordering reality in a way that makes it palatable and understandable for people. If it's disturbing that there's like this reality that exists, imagine what I see. I already see this. I'm putting together what I already see so that you see it. Does that make sense? So when it like, even when I'm like looking at the thing when it's talking about Lisan al-Gaib or al-Gaib or whatever the fuck it is from Dune, or whatever the character is, this person that can see what is the unseen or something, and it's like a Sufi mystic type name, or you know what I mean, for the Muslims, but the seer of the unseen or something. And I saw that title today, and I'm like, again, I'm pretty sure all this is just me, and it's something trying to take my intellectual property, and or Yahweh and Jesus is intellectual property. And I think if I'm doing the overcomer thing, Jesus gives me that authority to like have Yahweh's authority is because Jesus was Yahweh, so that something can't do that because I clearly actually care about Yahweh and the like in the least Marvel, you got to get it right. DC, you got to get it right. Is Marvel is the one of the deity things that I believe they put over Yahweh is called the Living Tribunal. Is it because they're using is the government using here in America comic books in a way kind of like instead of the War Machine thing, it's like Iron Man. It's a covert use of corporations in order to disempower me as an American citizen so that foreign powers can abuse me and steal my powers of deity that are rightfully mine according to what the Bible says, and that's my religious belief and right here in America to do so? Yeah, it does seem like the government is doing that, and Donald Trump is the beast emperor that's like allowed that through executive order and is still allowing that, and it's causing like cosmic upheaval. But like they believe in Satan, so they're doing everything they can to cover it up and hide it. And like the end of the Bible is that ends cataclysmically and causes like the events of Revelation, which are so cataclysmic and destructive. No person who's just called the president is ever going to be given more authority than me, who has the name Yahweh on me. How about to the president? Yahweh. Is Yahweh being the president, commander in chief? Well, goddamn, 48's in town. I just got to turn a little older because they literally used the legal system exactly like the rabbis did with Jesus, where he had to be like 33 and a half because number go up. I would say money printer go burr, but because number go up, so more authority. Number go up, more authority. Cheryl has 81 in front of her name. You know what I mean? She got an 81. I got a 34. I don't rank that high in just pure age. If Yahweh puts his name on me and I'm the Ancient of Days, no, like nobody on earth or ever will be able to outrank me, and that's the idea. If I'm speaking so much logic and truth that happens, congrats, we get to be in heaven, and whatever was keeping us from being there, Beast Emperor Trump or whatever the fuck is using him, you know? We don't have to deal with that shit anymore. We got the actual, like, good reality where people don't die and everything is better. If I'm speaking too much logic and truth, and it hurts, stop following Satan, because this could only hurt if you're following Satan. Is Satan Beast Emperor Trump? It seems like he's an agent of Satan, some kind of minion. He doesn't seem to be an agent of Matthew Ray Wilkins, though I appreciate the attempts at federally legalizing cannabis, but I don't actually think he has anything to do with it. I think he's just a figurehead and people are using him. Beast Emperor Trump. All right. And I don't mean like, oh, that man's a beast. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's in beast mode. Or like beast form Gohan or whatever the fuck. No. I mean like Nebuchadnezzar in Daniel 5, 4, whatever, in the earlier books of Daniel where he like loses his mind and is like a beast in a field, like covered in dew or whatever it says. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What does it say? In the NIV, it kept saying the word dew, morning dew, or something. But The Mahdi. The prophecy foretold that the Mahdi would be aware of things that others cannot see. I would be aware of the Nazis because they cannot see. Yeah, I'm pretty aware of the Nazis. They don't like Jews. They don't even like real Jews. And I'm like, hey, 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 no. You don't like the people pretending. Stop being Nazis. They're not says. They don't like to say. You don't like to see. You ain't that different. Why don't we go to the kingdom of heaven where everything's better and stop all this bullshit, huh? I'm gonna say that like since the mental health lockup thing, I don't remember if it was happening before, but really, like I to this degree, I don't think it was. I mean, I could feel my heart before, but like my heart doesn't feel right. Now, I was using cannabis, hemp, THC, whatever, in a way that like, it does change some stuff about the heart, but I think I have a pretty healthy heart, but that and then being in the mental health lockup, my heart has been like physically not feeling right. Like literally my heart, like the chest cavity here. And like I feel like the way it feels and the way it's beating, it's hurting and not feeling right. And I'm suggesting it's because of this stupid and evil and illegal and abusive behavior using the legal system. And that you like literally I couldn't keep hygiene in there. You can't keep hygiene. You can't keep they don't feed good enough food to really get nutrition properly. The like they come into your room every 15 minutes while you're sleeping. How the fuck are you going to get any better in there? I mean, it's just like ass backwards pod people trying to drive reality like you see Cheryl doing, but they aren't acknowledging reality. The problem is they've invested all this money into into degrees, into bullshit, and they have to get that paid off, and so they have to keep this stupid fucking cycle going, which is why all this bullshit keeps going. And then as the AI is going to get rid of this shit anyway, if you don't work for me, you are shit out of luck. How about this? Tyler Kim, do you want a job after, the AI replaces everything? How about right now, you immediately stop what you're doing and engage what I'm saying. The way that the mental health system is operating currently is wrong. It is not helpful for mental health. Literally, I believe HCPC is a good thing. I think the idea of it is a good thing. I thought being in the unit, like, there are people who benefit. I I can understand the benefits from it. I don't think I think I am benefiting from it the way I'm using it in my art and in my war against a system that is like claiming to be reality but doesn't even seem to want to engage reality. But it does want to like use force to uphold its non-engagement of reality. And then it makes literally that same claim about me. My use of force is the thing that I'm saying after the earthquake, genuinely. People are going to be thrown into a burning lake. My heart hurts. Like physically. My physical heart in my chest cavity. It doesn't feel good. And it hasn't felt good since they put me in the mental health lockup. Now, some of that could be the, like, I use hemp a lot. But, like, and so after not using it, it's kind of like it does affect the heart and the way that the rhythm, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but, like, it's not good for my heart to be so stressed out over things that I shouldn't be stressed out over. Do I think, am I like, oh, it's going to do permanent damage? If I didn't believe what it says here, when it talks about at that time, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, this is Daniel 12, will arise. There will be a time of distress such as not happened from the beginning of nations until then, but at that time your people, everyone whose name is found written in the book, will be delivered. Multitudes who sleep in the dust of the earth will awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting contempt. So we figure out life and death, and we figure out how to resource people out of death. It's something that was like written into the Bible, but there's a satanic entity that's trying to just like Well, it'll let Satanists try to live, or I don't even think they get to live in its thing. It's just Satan gets to live longer, and then they benefit from the short term, like, monetary gain of playing into that system. But I don't think they get to live forever in that system. In mine, well, it even says, like, it's the suggestion is even people who've, like, wronged me and who aren't, that who aren't living in eternal happiness, that it does seem to maybe suggest that they'll live forever just in shame. I'm gonna suggest it's better than living forever in shame in the burning lake second death, but it might be nice to not be in eternal shame as these things are being like scientifically figured out and I'm on the hyper cutting edge of reality. And you can see based on what has happened on my YouTubes, like the two of them I have two. That's why I said, I mean, on like the YoTV YouTube and the Matt Wilkins YouTube. So you have content from over for about 8 years. You can see like a progression in things very obviously, where like it looks like currently it doesn't even look like I have a more advanced version of artificial intelligence than what I can see that people like Cheryl or others might have. I have the ability to consistently affect the weather. I mean, we're at the point that there's like, it looks like the Book of Daniel thing is going on because the Book of Daniel thing is the Book of Revelation. So to the Jews, just real honestly, you have at least 2 billion Christians who, if you start acknowledging Yahweh, if you start acknowledging Yah, the God of the Bible, actually by name, and acknowledge, like, am I doing the overcomer thing and it makes me look like the Archangel Michael or the great Prince Michael? So you have someone who, protects you. When I'm talking about the whole, like, Khonshu saying, well, do you swear to protect the travelers of the night? Do I swear to protect the Jews, those who have the name Yah on them? Absolutely, Yah. If they actually hold to the name Yahweh, and to the Jewish people, Jesus was Yahweh. You don't have to feel bad all the time that like ancient people who had the name Jew on them killed Jesus. You do need to acknowledge that he died and resurrected so that you can claim that as when he's the firstborn from the dead, and that everlasting life that pulled him out of death can be afforded to you as well. And all those who call on the name of Yah. But if you don't call on that name, you're calling on something adversarial to that name, a different system that will uphold a different reality, as you can clearly see around me. Like another thing, there's clearly something going on around me where there's like some kind of pressure thing. You can literally see like my veins like bulging out of my forehead, which again I think like them is the computer suggesting that's life. That like um the same thing. It's like, well, if the beast is showing that, I think it's like, well, it's getting its power from life. It's like the concept of life, but life can be like given by different sovereign entities or something like that, but existence cannot. Existence is intrinsically linked to he who exists, which is Yahweh, right? And so, like, the idea of actually whose the concept of life is, like Shiloh, the idea of he whose it is, but everything is Yahweh's, Jesus's, and then Jesus was like, well, I'm Yahweh, and then he's like, I'm gonna put that name on me, and I think it's like, again, it's probably keeping the truth going in a reality like in a Babylon Egypt reality where things are lies and replacements and stuff like that. Even in the thing where, like, how about this? The Isaiah 19 thing where it's like you can even see up there with Goku. Yahweh rides in on a Nimbus with the iron rod. I mean, he has the iron rod, so you can assume that the power pole there is the iron rod. Ryu Jingu Bang. And he flies in on a Nimbus and, like, shames the wizards and shit of Egypt, and down in the bottom of that section, after going through all the silliness about what's going on with the Princes of Zone, which I'm pretty sure that's like the Princes of Zen, correct? That's like why the Buddhism and Egypt stuff is together. It's like more the kind of confusion and replacement ideology in Egypt, and something's like using it, much like the thing that happened in Moon Knight, where all the deities like don't like what Khonshu's doing, so they trap him in a figurine. The like a whole bunch of things calling themselves deities or Allahs, are like trying to like nullify the power of Yahweh by doing, I guess, similar stuff. But like instead of trapping Yahweh in an idol or figurine or something, it's like, oh, Matthew, like basically to me, well, you're just a man, so you can't be God. And so putting the spirit in a body, right? And then like lording over that body in a repressive way that is actually antithetical to human and civil rights. So if I'm able to like call this system out and elucidate and like explain everything, then like they violated, first of all, the deity, the spirit of deity, true deity, Yahweh, that actually exists inside of me, and I know that as a Christian, and me overcoming as that name written on me as like a statement by Yahweh, the God of the Bible. This is what I believe as a Christian, because I actually get to the end. I mean, and I know that as a spirit in a body, right? And then like lording over that body, and so to like, so it's violating the spirit of deity inside me, the Holy Spirit, as well as violating my humanity by lying about the situations around me and trying to pull mentalism like wizards in Egypt, where they lie about this situation and just like hold up magic and fake reality. Magic is like sleight of hand, illusionism, lies, and the stuff that I'm talking about. Am I talking about, oh, let me do the Doctor Strange wizard stuff? That can exist, I'm sure, but like in my reality, what do I see? I see what I've explained, where like I believe I have the Holy Spirit of Yahweh in me as a Christian, actually, and something is trying to deny that and not engage the reality that I'm saying, where I'm calling out the system in real time in ways that it should change, because again, it is in fact affecting my human side by lying about things. Like, again, I already went through the thing yesterday, but they just write bullshit on pieces of paper and expect that to be enough. And to the legal system, technically it is. That was enough to pull guns on me in my childhood room for the police. No, it's because you jump behind your... Shut the fuck up. I've been saying for years, people are using images to communicate points at me. All that is an image of me jumping behind the thing. That scared you. I have thousands of people making points to me. It's overwhelming and scary if I don't have the right support system, and it's scary because it's literally physically hurting me to not be able to engage things the way that I want. And the legal system is empowering it. I believe I'm in some kind of military box here in America where America itself is violating my human rights and my humanity under the authority of like the United Nations or the Safe. What was the project that she made, an art project? The Stable States Police. So in order to keep things stable, they have to like violate my humanity. Is it the Stable States because me and Stephanie Yostin are gonna do horse stuff? I would much rather that one, honestly. Oh my god. I would love to feed Stephanie Yostin carrots, like actually, and Cara del Toro. I mean, I'd love to feed Stephanie Yostin Cara del Toro. I mean, not like a cannibal, but like, you know, hot stuff. But but like carrots, like actual carrots. Like we just sit down and play video games, and then I literally like feed her carrots on stream. That would be fun. I would love that. Feed her carrots and then we make out, and maybe even do like a we like spit the chewed up carrots back and forth like weirdos. Like, oh, what the fuck are they? And we're just like eating it up because hopefully she's a weirdo, a freaky deaky Dutch weirdo. You know, I'd also like to do the thing that I'm saying. Just I was thinking, I didn't have, I had all sorts of shit to think about in the mental health lockup, but like the thing that I was saying, I'm sitting there watching like FX and the, I should probably put like TV on behind the thing, but like FX and this is a not working Apple TV, so I'm gonna try to get it to work. There's like um an Apple TV. Um, like Pizza Hut. I used to love Pizza Hut when I was younger. Because I mean, it's what Rayfield would order because he likes Pizza Hut, and he's kind of like Jabba the Hutt now. But I guess he's been like that for a bit. But you know, big dude, like whatever. But the Pizza Hut thing, they even use the Star Wars kind of font for their advertisements and stuff. But I that's one of the reasons also I find it funny that Rayfield likes Pizza Hut. But I don't hate Pizza Hut. I like options and variety in my foods and stuff like that. And like the Pizza Hut thing, I was like, um, I'd like to be able to like say something about a corporate thing and have it actually be like engaged and listened to. It does seem like people are listening, but like for me, what I'd like is like, well, Rayfield, like, what do you, Ray? This is your pizza place. Like, what do you like? Like, you're the Hut. This is your Jabba. You're the Hut. Help me make Pizza Hut pizza better so that like, here's your thing. You like Pizza Hut, whatever. Like, and say better. I mean, like, help me improve it. The experience, the food, the whatever. And so, like, how about corporate America? Now you have reasoning to, like, engage what I'm saying and, like, work with me and, like, tell the legal system, like, hey, we need, like, actually people who are, like, helping us and who aren't trying to, like, take down whatever, just the idea of an organization of people in a corporation. I don't think corporations should hurt people. I don't think they have rights like people do because they're groups of people. Those people have rights, like the different groups of people, but like corporations are essentially vehicles, right? And people there is responsibility if you crash a vehicle into someone and like hurt them. Okay. I mean, you get that, right? But the idea of like corporations and stuff, I don't hate personally if they're acting properly, right? Does that make sense? I don't hate capitalism or communism if done right. And the communism thing, how about this? Communism kind of ideas in the sense of like, if I'm Yahweh and I'm like here in America and I have a bunch of people under me that want to like share things and be like that or whatever, but like I don't want to dictate over them like a communist dictatorship or whatever, but having that authority of like, okay, well, you guys, I guess, are going to be social or whatever and share with each other. Like, fine. It's like a family, and I'm dad. Like, that's an acceptable reality. A big family. Like a state-sponsored, like, communist system where it's a community of people being, like, lorded over by a state system that doesn't care about them, that's using them for their work in the same way that any corporate structure might do. That's unacceptable to me. I don't like that form of communism. But if it's like the thing in the Bible where Jesus is the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and I mean, some people just want to work. What can I say? Literally, some people just want to work. So, like, I want to work, but doing, like, art stuff. That's what, like, I enjoy that. Some people want to work and, like, do, I don't know, all sorts of whatever people like to do. But, like, you could have structures of stuff so that it appeases people who would rather live that kind of lifestyle because it's more comfortable to them. And I'll be, like, over top of them and be authorized to be over top of them. And what, are you going to say Yahweh can't do anything? Or someone with the name Yahweh on them can't do anything? Probably not wise, right? You should probably just let people, like, at least if they're under the authority of someone who's keeping things in check, which I would not allow things to get, like, out of hand and whatever. But currently, I literally can't affect things because something in the legal system's crippling me. And then it's saying, like, well, this is how you're fucking up and blah, 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 blah. Inappropriate. That's not okay. I don't accept that reality either. I don't like capitalism when it goes so far and, like, you just have, like, hyper wealthy assholes that buy up everything and blah blah blah. It says in the Bible, woe to those who add house upon house to buy up all the land so that they can, like, lord themselves over it. It's somewhere in the book of Jeremiah or Isaiah early on. Like within the first 10 chapters of either of those. Woe to those who add house unto house. Hold on. Isaiah 5. Buying up and merging fields and properties and blah, 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 blah. until there is no more room, and you are made to dwell alone in the midst of the land. People buying up all the land and like so they can have a big house, and then what for? I don't like that either. You know, when I'm talking about a mega building for artists and stuff, there is also some idea of like, well, I'd like people to actually in that building be actual artists. Like, I'm not going to demand that your art be up to a standard other than that you're actually trying. And if you're learning, then that you're actually going to try to learn, put effort into learning. And if not, use that art space and residence for someone else, and maybe we find you a different thing, a different space, and I can have different spaces, whatever. I mean, they're spending $200 billion to go to war in Persia for what reason? Is it on my behalf? It doesn't feel like it. Feels like I could actually go to war against Persia better than the fucking American government could. Let me put my foot down. Hold on. Earthquake happens. Well, looks like I'm the Mahdi. And this is Mahdi. You get what I'm saying? But the Mahdi. One of the reasons I'm saying that is because, like, literally, the angel in Revelation 10 takes his stand. Ahmad. You put Ahmad. You put a yod at the end. Ahmadi. Oh wow, did I just finish the Quran? Yeah, the earthquake finishes the Quran technically, actually. And then it's just done. The Bible isn't just done because there's an actual explanation as to what happens, why it happens, what's going on, the context from the ancient times. But this does mean that like people who are Arab that are pretending, okay, you gotta admit now. Am I the Egyptian moon deity? Well, technically Yah is or was. You know that in the thing, it's like the hand thing, the fist of Khonshu, and I've talked about the yod. That's the yod. This is the Kaf. You have the in the mix here. The you see how this says cult of the hand? The yod or the Kaf? Is it the fist of Khonshu or is it the yad of Yahweh? Or is it the like H Tyne hold a dine of the real life Bobby, and you know Rayfield is Hank? Yeah, I'm silly, huh? Alright, and I'm fun. Why are we not doing fun stuff yet? Where's Beyonce to come do horse stuff with me and Stephanie Yostin? Oh my gosh. Here. The cult of the hand. Look, the gas mask and base rush 4.0 thing. Can you see it? See the gas mask? See the gas mask? See the gas mask? See all of them wearing gas masks? Isn't gas really expensive now from all the fucking war in Iran or whatever this stuff? I don't know. I'm gonna go here. This is a psalm where there's like, oh, it's not at. They didn't oh, they do. It's separated. You can see into the Hebrew alphabet. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, E. I mean, hey, wow, Zain, Het, Tet, Yod. All right, you go to the word Yod. Why does it do that? Oh, because each of them starts off. It's like repetitions of the Aleph, and it says Ashri, Ashri, Af, Ata, Akle. You see how they start with the letters? Like each section is a repetition thing. The letters are repeated. So in the B section, B is the first letter of all of them. And the C or the Gimel section, the Gimel's the first letter. In the D section, the Dalet is the first letter. In the He section or Hey section, Hey, Wow, Zion, Het, Tet, Yod. All right. Notice the Tet comes before the Yod. I find the Tet pretty offensive. All right, is that Tet Adam, or am I fighting Dwayne the Rock Johnson as Spidey Man? All right, here's the word. Look, you see? Yadi. Actually, Yadika. Yadika. Look, a yad. Thy hands have made me and fashioned me. Give me understanding that I may lean on thy commandments. The yod. The J. Alright. Hand. Hand of man. Strength. Power. Side. Right? I'm gonna duplicate this so we go back and look at this again. The next. The cough. It puts a C, but it's a K. That's why it all begins with K here. Cough. Actually, it doesn't start with the cough, but let's see. I mean, it does start with the cough, but it doesn't start with the, like, the open hand word thing, which is, I think, actually a... Here, we'll look at it. Watch. We'll see this. $119.81. Oh, it's because it... In Hebrew, the word kaf means the palm or hollow of the hand, often associated with the idea of covering, holding, or receiving. You have an open hand and a closed hand. Is that the good cop and the bad cop? Conceptually, you know, is the one the strong hand, one the weak hand? I already made the point about the cough. Maybe is that the Englishman being Stephen Grant, and then the Yod is Mark Spector? Conceptually, maybe. Is, if we're doing the, whatever is going on here with me doing whatever, the left hand open is the cough. The right hand closed and like in a fist holding all the candy, the yod. Which also has phallic symbolism in Hebrew, I believe. But 3709. All right, so we'll go to 3709 here. Watch. Kasef, silver, silvery. Is this why Johnny Silverhand? Because that's what the left hand is. Cough, palm. Hand, power figuratively. The yod is power figuratively. To praise, Yoda or Yada. This is where they say the name Judah comes from. Yada. It would be a hand and then female or female power, I guess. Yoda, Yada. Oh, Ya, I'm dad. Ya, da. Oh, okay. Name punk reality is fun. Look, Ya, dad. Yada. To throw, shoot, cast. You know, Jada Pinkett Smith, Yad. And then you put a hey at the end. I'm pretty sure this is like the word Jada. Like, this is the yod or the letter J. This is the delet or letter D. And this is a or ah. It's a hey sound. So this says Yada or Jada. It would be Jada. And so I guess we're in the Matrix now, huh? All right. Or I'm in the Matrix now, no? Rock. Hollow of rock. If you add a hey at the end, to soothe, to pacify. A branch. Look, kefir. Kafir, kefir. Village, a young lion covered, perhaps with a mane is the idea, is where it comes. A lioness, blah, blah, blah. Double, to double over, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Kefor. From kafar, to cover, blah, 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 blah. Atonement, purge, to cover. Bowl, basin, hoarfrost. Frost, hey! This is Stephanie Yostin is Frost. Alright. Alright. Actually, I think it goes like this. Probably. And remember that some of the point of I guess not just some of the point of this, but like this one, calf, like cough, yod. And so this is the yod cough mix. Get it? And it's the yoka, and it's the yoker. I already made a point. Like this is the like Englishman, and this is the like the Marine, and so this is um the like mix, kind of showing the like Moon Knight personalities thing. The Englishman. A lot of these, it's like sounds like Englishman and English, like whatever, and then you listen to this one, it's Excision for too long. You know what I mean? Mostly this one isn't a lot of English like sounding fellows. It's mostly a lot of like American sounding fellows. So it's almost like also this is kind of maybe even somewhat this is like more stuff that I think at the time when I made these, this is maybe more of like what people would have liked in the UK, and this is maybe more what people would have liked here in America, or like the heavy stuff that people like here in America that you see me go to like the 9 p.m. Events and stuff, and it's like that's the type where there's like Font Case I've seen going through 9 p.m. and like just heavy stuff. Eptic, yeah. Is he's less, well, I guess he's heavy enough, but you know what I mean. Like he's more like very catchy and like high energy and fun um, music. You know what I mean? And but there's like heavier stuff in this, and this is more like melodic and kind of fun and like less heavy, more like the kind of fun, dancey, like express yourself. Um, like I said, English stuff. Look, there's genuine like thought behind what I'm doing. I don't just do things without reason. Look, are we going on an Odyssey? Aren't they doing this musical is coming to Houston? I saw the commercial for it on when we were watching like TV. We were watching the local channels, watching the news, and like this is coming to Houston in March 31st to April 5th, 2026. So Houston, if you like musicals, I've never really seen like a professional musical before. This one would be fun probably. But I do like the fact that we have it here in Houston. I like the arts. What do you think I do? What do you think I don't like art? I like I'm serious when I'm saying like why didn't Houston have a thing like I'm saying? Like you literally have like it gives this place like meaning and reason that like people would like this place. We don't have a lot of like natural features here, other than it's a bayou and it's like I find it comfortable. Other than like people harassing me and like locking me up without reason, but or with on bad reasons and lies. But otherwise, like I like it here. I mean, I guess I don't know. At this point, I don't know if I like being like on Earth with what I can see is going on. You know what I mean? And I mean, as it says in the Bible, there's a new heaven, new earth. I mean, I need something new. But I don't hate where I'm from. I'm just like disappointed to the extreme. I also feel like the Back to the Future stuff is because I've included Back to the Future stuff in multiple of the mixes, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure you go to the Stephanie Yostin mix here. And you got more back to the basics. Also, you got the Hypermind thing again. Hypermind. Look, I mean, it's literally like the Odyssey thing here. It's literally he's driving a DeLorean. It's going 88 miles per hour. Is 88 me trolling whatever the 88 thing that the people who are like Nazis who cannot see, and then the fake Jews, they cannot say the name Yahweh, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, it is in Israel they're doing that apparently, but or in fake Israel or whatever the fuck's going on. But you gotta engage it sometimes. I mean, actually, the earthquake is literally why you're gonna have to engage it. That's why it's like, oh god, if you know it's coming and there's like the people aren't engaging me and you know it actually is gonna hit, holy shit. This is probably why it's like such the 5 months before it happens is just like the worst fucking thing for people who are doing that shit, but whatever. Look, it's an Odyssey, Barely Alive presents the Odyssey, and then so driving the car, and it's like the time machine thing. I already made a point recently with the time machine stuff, and so did I think it was Barely Alive and Zomboy, right? My Zomboy. It looks like some kind of zombie stuff's going on. Looks like some kind of zombie stuff's going on, huh? Is that the black white venom sphere ball thing? It just looks like. Look, I can make milk and chocolate milk. I like chocolate milk. Uh, I can make strawberry milk too. I could make banana milk. 3. All right. Uh, so there you go. Let me finish like moving this stuff from here. I can't really remember what I was talking about because I'm like I really actually gotta finish this. Um, like finish the things that I'm doing so I can like reset my head. I believe like the Yod hand is the one that I'm like getting here with the right hand. It's the one that's been like messed with. So like I do think I'm getting that back. Or like getting full access to my own ability or whatever. But uh I'll say this. This is what I'm doing right now. I'm moving the pictures over, and then the next thing I'm doing is creating a short form version of the Crazy Storm video, and I'm gonna call it "I Have Lightning Powers #2." Then I'm doing the police arresting me at gunpoint. I'm like cutting a short version of that. And then because it's not on there because it was like they just left the stream going, so it's like up on YouTube servers. And if you saw it live, you saw it live. But like, I don't think like the link is probably even watchable because it's like a longer than 12-hour video if it just kept playing. So like, I don't actually have the me getting arrested at gunpoint thing on there. I'm gonna have to like cut it out and show that that's what happened. But probably people already did that if they're watching. And then and if they're not, then, you know, I'm in some kind of military box or shadow ban that needs to be lifted and, like, whatever. And then the last one is I'm going to cut a version of the video that I did yesterday. I'm going to cut, like, the portion where I went over what Cheryl had said on the affidavit and where I, like, deconstructed everything that was on the, like, charging instruments to put me into the mental health place. And I'm going to name that something like mental health abuse or like systemic mental health failure or, you know, some like something that's indicting of like what's going on. Cheryl Cohorn, like delusional behavior, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, something. It like I'm more actually angry that the system, because it might be that someone like Cheryl is confused actually, because I can't tell if she is or if she's trying to do it on purpose, but that then the system itself, like Tyler Kim didn't actually take the time out to do the thing that I'm saying. DirecTV's calling again. Yo.
Hello. Good day, Mr. Wilkins. My name is Abby, calling you from DirecTV. You're a satellite provider on a recorded line. How's your day?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking, and I hope that your day continues to go well. So I'm not calling to take up much of your time today, Mr. Wilkins, so sorry to disturb you. The reason why I'm calling is because you were supposed to be receiving our MGM Plus channel or MGM Plus streaming app, but it was not added for you correctly, so I'm calling to give you some more information. So you'll be receiving some more information so that it can be added for you, okay? So remember, go ahead, sir.
So, like, the initial call that I took, and I took this all on camera, like I'm live streaming right now. The initial call that I took yesterday, when I talked to the lady, she said she would just add 3 months for free. I wouldn't have to, like, look at it and cancel it before it ended. It was just going to be 3 free months, and if I wanted to add it officially afterwards, I could do that, but that I would not have to watch it and like end it before it started auto charging me. I just got a call about an hour ago from this, I think the same number that you're calling from, and it said that I would in fact have to cancel it. It was added, and that I would in fact have to cancel it, but that you guys would be calling regularly to remind me. And then when I told her that I didn't want that, like I don't want to have to like decide, like tell you guys that I don't want it. I just like at this point, if I have to watch it to decide, I don't want it added. Like if I have to prevent auto billing, I would prefer that you not add this thing to my account.
Okay, not a problem, sir. I can definitely understand that. No problem. But may I ask, what is the concern in having the programs added though, sir?
The concern is that I'm not going to remember and I'm going to be charged for something that, like, ostensibly at the moment, I'm not going to actually have time to watch.
Okay, I can definitely understand that, sir. Not a problem. Thank you for taking my call and for choosing DirecTV. Have yourself a great day.
All right, you too. Thank you very much. Do you see, like, Wouldn't it just be better for DirecTV, like someone high up at DirecTV, to directly contact me and engage me and be like, look, you've been like Rayfield has been using DirecTV since like 1990 something. In the like or like early 2000s, but we've had DirecTV in this household for pretty much the entire time we've been here. That's 1996. 95, 96, somewhere around there. 97 at the latest. We're very long time customers who had like a plan that we were even paying more than like what we could have gotten more channels and stuff. No thing Auto like gave us the better channels for being good customers. You know, like at what point do like the people in charge of the corporations recognize that you'll make more money if you actually engage the reality that I'm saying and make something better? Maybe I would add this channel if I didn't have to go through all this fuckery on like a broken on like broken forms of cyber reality, or like when I'm having to take a phone call to like do this thing or whatever, where it's like, why aren't we on just like heads up displays? Like, why don't I have this like built into my contact, and then I can like move things with like the thought process, because I know that through like my phone is already, as I'm like typing stuff, there's times it literally just reads the word out of my head and puts it in the autocorrect. There's other times where it looks like it's guessing, and then when I kind of like even like make a point like it seems like you're guessing, it just gets it immediately. It's like I'm not guessing and I can do that. But I do still think it's trying to predict or guess or something, but like it also just seems to know. And like I said, well, electrical signals in the brain, they've literally at UT Dallas, they did at the Collier Center, they did like a brain study on me where they studied my neurology. They put some kind of cap on my head and like studied like my response to certain things, because I just did like a brain study for, I don't know if I did it for money or for one of the classes or something, where I had to like participate in some kind of study for the school. It wasn't like hyper invasive that it felt like, but like putting a thing on now, would I do that? Probably not. Did it calibrate like the thing that you're seeing here, where like you know, if that happened in 2009 to 2012 or something, or my time at UT Dallas, and that data still exists on some computer somewhere, the AI or whatever would know, and it could use that to like understand certain thought processes. I do think I've like changed since then, but that was when I was actually going through more of the depersonalization, whatever. But yeah, that is something that happened at UT Dallas. So there would be like a map of my neurology, or at least like some kind of map of my neurology. So to Cheryl saying like, oh, it's crazy to think that, boy, whatever. I mean, I can show, like, you don't know what's in my head, but I can damn sure verify like certain instances where it just literally reads, and it's not like the next word. It's not predicting. There are instances where I'm like, there's no way that's a prediction. And there's other instances where I'm like, now you're just guessing. This is what I'm saying. Is the UT system working with me? The thing that I was just at was a UT health system thing. HCPC, in the least, like their programming, they're like the who's in charge of it, I believe, is the UT health system. I don't like being experimented on without my permission. That being said, I'm willing to work with entities if they are proven to be non-adversarial, actually helpful. I'm going to need engagement on, like, you can see me doing lightning stuff, stop pretending. That doesn't go away. We still haven't had the one where, like, I literally I guess I did strike something around here with lightning. It struck the fucking transformer and blew it out. I mean, I think it struck. I don't know what it struck. Whatever it struck around here, and then it literally blew it up. Was it the transformer behind Adrian's house or Adrian's kid's house or whatever? That's what I believe blew because afterwards, literally, the Centerpoint people came and replaced one of the transformers that night. I just heard Cheryl sneeze. The phone is suggesting things like sneezing and stuff that seems like really like innocent and not whatever. Especially with me, that's being like resourced out of it, like I'm talking about. Like I think I'm something is trying to. I mean, is it UT? And it's like it's trying to figure out like diagnose what's going on and also at the same time engage. But like whatever happened, I think actually just last week, I don't actually think is a part of that, right? I think that was just Cheryl kind of losing her mind and like I'm allowed to be angry and screamy and slam the door and stuff. It's disturbing. You're disturbing me. I've told you repeatedly that it's a problem that people are like here while like in the morning, not like how I woke up today. It's problematic that you're not just listening to me and helping me. I'm fine with you remodeling the bathroom. Actually, I just like right now it's not appropriate and it's hurting me. And she won't listen. So being screamy as loud as I can, I thought might actually change something. It didn't. She just used it as an excuse to literally abuse me. It's abusive to not listen to me and send me to mental health lockup on lies. It is. That being said, I mean, I think she. I can't tell. I can't tell. It seems. At this point, Cheryl just seems like an agent of chaos. But mostly because she's kind of been tricked into being an agent of chaos. And not by me, I don't think. I think the idea of like Yahweh doing like Yahweh orders chaos or makes chaotic systems more ordered so that things can be understood and so that the party can be like provided for. Chaotic systems don't provide the level of comfort and enjoyment that like non-chaotic systems do. That's why like this machine system, it's less chaotic. That's why it works. It's conservative, but it's also like non-engagement of reality. And there's certain chaotic elements like that you can see going on around me. Is it chaos magic or just probably am I ordering the chaos because other people are trying to do chaos magic or whatever the fuck be chaotic? And like I'm just as chaotic, but I know how to actually enjoy, like, engage, like, ordered things and order things in a way that makes things more comfortable and more fun. I think that, though it is probably more uncomfortable for the people attacking and harassing me. Clearly, it's more uncomfortable for Cheryl. Okay, I'm about to move 11,000 pictures back from the recently deleted. It did delete about 1,000 last night, actually, because I just didn't get to them. I was too tired to do it. Like, I could have just immediately gotten home and uploaded it. Like, I was focused on other stuff. I kind of didn't think about it. I know some of the pictures got deleted. And again, these are things that could defend me on some of the statements that I'm saying. This is also why, like, you can't take someone from their device in 2026. It's unfair. I could defend myself completely in the mental health lockup if I had my phone. So there needs to be an update to the Bill of Rights here in America in 2026. The Constitution affords us basic things and the Bill of Rights and like the amendments following that, but there needs to be an update. Don't let the American legal structure be the thing that's like literally keeping humanity from being in heaven for foreign powers, because I don't think like actually America thinks that. I think it's like Trump's being used by random fucking people foreign and like here and abroad to do bullshit. That's what it feels like. So I'm just like I stressed out about it, you know? Okay. I'm gonna have to put my phone down and like it in order for those 11,000 pictures to move over, it's like I have to just set it down and it's gonna take a minute and like I have to undo the image capture app and like let that sit for a second. I'm gonna do one thing at a time. Honestly, I probably could think of multiple things and do better. It's hurting my head that I'm not able to vape. One of the reasons I vape hemp is because one of the reasons that I vape hemp is like literally it the thing that's going on my right side, it just constantly feels like something is doing this. Like I'm punching myself to make the point, but like that level of pressure, but just pushed in, and it just does that. You can even see on my right side, like you see the line. Hold on. You can see the line of like some part of my skull. Like you can see it on the other side, but this side is like rounded out. It looks like the right side, whatever absurd amount of pressure is going on, and on the inside it feels a little deflated or something. It like it almost seems like flat on this side, whereas on this side it's like rounded out, and I have enough internal whatever to like push outward. But this one is like not strong enough on this side, and like um is like you can literally see it's like flatter. And like you can see the shape of my skull is being affected by whatever the fuck is going on instead of like engaging that this is happening, and like that there are realities that like what I'm describing is clearly happening. It's anciently discussed, and then more modern people pretend like it's not happening because it can benefit them to do that monetarily. That's all. All right, all right, Stephanie. I'm gonna look at the insane asylum thing for now. But oh boy, I love looking at you, babe. Uh, most beautiful horse I've ever seen. Oh my gosh. Um, even looks like Beyonce maybe wants to ride with me, and I'm like, okay, okay. Horse stuff with Beyonce and Stephanie Yostin. Maybe Lady Gaga wants to join too, because singers sing together. Stephanie Germanota. That's like Yota, Germanota. Stephanie. Cannoli. They say cannoli with two O's, Stephanie. You're making a difference. I mean the Liberty Bibberty people, Stephanie. They say it with two O's, Stephanie. Stephanie Yostin. The Yost with the most. Oh boy, she really is the Yost with the most. I mean the Yost with the most. The Yost with the most. The Yost with the most. She's like the Yostess with the mostest. She's a real hostess. Oh my. I'm gonna say this also. Currently, right this moment, just FYI, I am not going to send whatever, like some kind of professional complaint against Cheryl. I genuinely believe right now there's a situation of confusion going on, and like it's being empowered by the legal system because something is telling the legal system not to engage reality and not to tell Cheryl what's actually happening. Why? Because people are using the legal system to steal reality from me and all sorts of other people for bullshit reasons because they're evil and abusive and worthless and like all they can think of doing is using the legal system to do what I just said. They aren't inventive, they aren't worthwhile, they're just thieves. And if you steal from the person who could make everything better and it makes things worse, genuinely, I believe everybody should pile on you and start like just wailing on you and let you know like you're really a fucking problem. You're fucking with everybody's happiness, making stupid points to me. Stupid failed points. Like, again, I think the idea is to, like, what, disempower me? And it's like, okay, at most, you're making the point that you're the thing actually operating out of delusion. I don't understand how this was thought to be a good idea at all. But all right. I was about to say, I don't think I deleted everything, but it still hasn't moved over, and then it just did. All right. Um, I'm also suggesting that the concept of like society doing this using like a mechanical form of legal system that doesn't engage reality is exactly what the book of Daniel 7, I believe, is talking about in the fourth beast empire that can like use like a mechanic. It has like, it's like sounds like a mechanical dragon. And so again, is that what it is? And it's like some kind of dragon system in the sense of a dragon being like a snake, and where it's like, using the power of the snake empowered like the power of the snake in like cyber reality and mechanical reality, using a legal structure to like uphold a reality that is not real, and it harasses and crushes down the saints of the Most High for fucking stupid reasons that make them such hypocrites, but they already invested so much in doing it that they're like, well, you're just gonna have to be Yahweh and like in this. Okay. That's why it's literally the end of the Bible and the worst thing of all time. Like, I don't even think they thought I'd be able to engage what was happening, let alone like there's an ancient document that I'm using along with actual cyber reality and art to like point out exactly at every point where they're not engaging reality. This was not real when they said it. Was I going through things rather similarly at the time? Yeah. That this is not a good summary of what was happening, and yet this will follow me around for the rest of my life. Really, will it? I mean, not really. Like part of the me doing this, I think, is like showing that this was like such a farce that like again, the system for at least 8 years. The last time this happened, Trump was in a position of power. Then he went away. Then he came back out of the abyss to have power for a short amount of time before some legal system connected to me strips it from him and does what it says in the book of Daniel 7 and Revelation 19. Oh, the part that I was saying about the Egyptian thing, by the way, in Revelation 19, at the end of Revelation 19, when it talks about there being a pillar to Yahweh in the name, like pillar in Egypt in the name of Yahweh, and then it says, and Yahweh, it talks about three people groups, and then blesses them, and then says, and these are the people groups whom Yahweh Sabaoth shall bless, saying, Blessed be Egypt, my people, Assyria, the work of my hands, or my product, my poetry, and Israel, my inheritance. In that day, Israel shall be third with Egypt and Assyria, and a blessing in the midst of the land. So Egypt would look at Israel as a blessing and not a curse. Why? Well, if I'm leading Israel and I have the name Yah on me, and I stand for actual true deity, or how about this? I stand for just like if deities and stuff don't exist, I stand for like getting a cyber reality, a real reality together where a legal system can't lie about you and throw you in jail on bullshit, where people have actual like rights that are not violated so that people can like live in peace and happiness and enjoy reality. How about this? I stand like when I'm talking about I stand for a party. You know, I stand for like, well, I stand for Yahweh, but then I'm like, he says there's a feast, a party. I think, and that feast and party, I think, is the thing that Jesus is saying, or Yahweh is saying at the Overcomer thing. I'll grant you to sit with me on my throne and like share a meal. I think it's the messianic feast meal. I mean, I don't think it's just that, but I do think like that's part of like the idea of me reading and knowing what's in the book. I think that's part of like what's promised to me as someone who believes in the promises and like covenant of Yahweh. The covenant says there's a big party and a feast, and like death is defeated, and that is eternal. That it goes on forever. That like, well, it doesn't say the party goes on forever, but if it's talking about everlasting life and like it being a party and not it's a kingdom of heaven, I believe the party does go on forever, and it is the Isaiah 25 party. Now in Isaiah 25, I don't think it's. Well, let me check. Actually, I'm not gonna. On this mountain, Yahweh. It's okay. On this mountain, the Lord Almighty will prepare a feast of rich food for all peoples. Which people? Just Israel? I don't hate Israel if Israel is like actually representing real Israel and standing for Yah, the God of the Bible, who is the God of Israel. Yah. I don't hate Israel. I don't hate Jews who have the name Yah on them. I hate people claiming to be Jewish and then they don't acknowledge Yah. They call on Allah. They call on Satan. They call on Baal, the Baalim. They call on Baal like ballers and whatever. They call on like people empowered by things other than Yah. That's what I don't like. On this mountain, the Lord Almighty will prepare a feast of rich food for all peoples, a banquet of aged wine, the best of meats and the finest of wines. And these are symbolic things, but it's, you know, it's saying like the good food, good wine. What do you think? In my instance, I think good weed. It's a plant that grows out of the ground. It's not something synthesized by man to like cause problems, or it grows like that. It's in the holy anointing oil. It would appear, but like Why don't people engage me on this? Linguistic experts. Cannabosa sounds like cannabis to me, but, you know, what do you think? On this mountain he will destroy the shroud that enfolds all peoples, the sheet that covers all nations. He will swallow up death forever. The sovereign Lord, in other words, Lord, will wipe away the Lord Yahweh will wipe away the tears from all faces. He will remove his people's disgrace from all the earth. The Lord has spoken. Yahweh has spoken. In that day, they will say, surely this is our God. We trusted in him and he saved us. This is the Lord. This is Yahweh. We trusted in him. Let us rejoice and be glad in his salvation. The salvation being, that's like connected to the concept of Jesus. Jesus is, Yeshua means he saves. Yoshua, which is the name Joshua, means Yahweh saves, or Yahweh is salvation. Jesus was Yahweh. That's why he saves. That's why calling him Yeshua, that's fine. Calling him Yoshua, that's the longer form of his name. It's still accurate. Yahweh saves, and he's Yahweh. Calling him Yahweh, he's Yahweh. In a similar situation, how I have to be named by this empire in America, and like he had to be like they had to get him to a place where there was a census, and so he had to be like there has to be some kind of name or something in like Jewish society, which was under the rule of Roman society. In that day, oh, hold on. The hand of the Lord will rest on this mountain. The hand of Yahweh. If I pull this up, does it say the Yod or the Yad? Do I even need to like pull it up, or can I just check if it's in the... Why don't we check? Isaiah 25:10. Isaiah 22. Isaiah 22, 25, 10. Here we go. For in this mountain shall the hand, the Yad or Yod of Yahweh rest, and Moab shall be trodden down under him, even as straw is trodden down for the dunghill. Madmen, Is that like no Madmen, Get it? Madmen, The same as Dumen or DMN, Damen, poop. To be silent, damam. Be dumb. To make quiet. Oh, Stephanie, look, poop stuff. Medan, contention. Midian. You know what Medan is? This is Medina. Midianite, Medina, like Mecca and Medina. Midine, look. No, hold on. Medina, like Mecca and Medina. Wow. let me show you all these concepts out of the Bible and then the Quran written by like some law enforcement trying to enforce over humanity for Satan. And I gotta like, uh, first century. I mean, like, first settled, 9th century BC. Okay. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. It says the city known as Yathrib was found. Blah, 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 blah. It talks about something in the Quran, but you can't trust the Quran for history. Actually, you can't. So, you can trust the Bible for history. You can trust the Quran to be an intellectual property knockoff. But, Medina, or Midian, Midianite, a Medinite. You get it? A Medinite. Midian, someone from, look, Midin, Din, judgment, from judgment, Midian, right? Am I correct? Am I correct? A contest. Why don't we pull up the book of Daniel 7? And the judgment was set. What does that say? Din. It's the word din. If you put a mem in front of it, to Hebrew speakers, what does that mean? Deen. Deen. Judgment. Din. Dune. 2 O's, Stephanie Yostin. Done. Dune. Judgment. Din. To rule. Judge. Firm. A dawn. Like a dawn. Oh. Dune. D-N. Aleph, Dalet Noon. So like the alpha judge is the concept of firm, strong Lord Master. Aleph and then Dalet Noon is a judge or judgment. So Lord, Lord, Adonai, Adonai. Adoni, Adoni. Is that like for Trump? Adon, actually. Aleph, Dalet, Wow, Noon, Adun. But this is a Dun or Din, Adon. Adon. Double glory. Adoraim. 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 I mean, I'm pretty sure whatever, like, you know, the spirit of Yahweh, which actually like control everything, but like does the thing here where it's like, you know, Donald being like technically the Lord of America because of how legal structure works, but it's like the, you know, governor, print, whatever. It's like the person in charge, and that I believe it's based on what I just said. Din being to judge or govern or you can see what it says here. And then if you put an Aleph in front, if you put a mem in front, so Midian, right, from, out of, right? That's why I said with Midian, if it's Deen and then you put a mem in front, it's from something. It's from Deen. It's from judgment. Aleph, conjugation, I will. Okay, I will judge. That's what literally, seemingly, that's what the an Adonai is. Adoni. I will judge. Look, I'm an artist, y'all. I'm an artist. Look, even in the Predator thing with Olivia Munn, the kid's like the next evolution of people, and he's an autist, right? Like, literally, he's autistic. Is autism a superpower? I do think there's some savant level stuff that goes on with autists that you cannot like explain with normal stuff. I think there's kind of like a mental hive that, like, you know, in the same way that this can figure out what's going on with my like it can do the thing because whatever. I think people have innate abilities too, like the X-Men and stuff and the mutants and stuff, but those are called spiritual gifts. I don't think it's like mutations like that. Like you put a Yoda in front, It means he will do something. Judgment, right? You get it? Am I Allah yet? Or I'm still just a way. I'm still just Yahweh. I'm not Allah. You get it? I'm still just Yahweh, but you don't want to admit that Allah I'm. You know what I mean? Allah I'm. Damn, that's why they pointed guns at me, because the laws don't want to admit that Allah I'm. Damn. Well, as I'm breaking down ancient concepts that you'll never see anywhere else making sense of all this stuff. Look, this is what I was saying earlier. Media, like Persia and Media. Look, this is the word that I was talking about. Made. This is what I was saying. The Medes and stuff. This was actually the same page that I was looking at earlier when I pulled up the Dariush and Media. But this is Midani. Like, this really is, I believe, like, it says province here or district, right? Because I believe it was a province or district of the empires of, like, Persia. Whatever empires had been lording themselves, Islam didn't exist at that time. And so it was like some kind of province or district of whatever the thing was. I don't have complete knowledge of, like, the at like this period of time this group ruled, in this period of time this group ruled, in this period. But I do have a Bible that says what things are, and then I can trust that the computer knows all the history and stuff and can verify what I'm saying. But, like, very clearly, this is where Medina comes from. This is literally, the name is Medine. From Deen. It says measures, but this would be from judgment. Strife. Midian. From judgment. Or out of judgment. Like, coming out of judgment. A strife or a contention. Madun, right? Like a Donnie, right? We already went over a Dean, a Dune, to judge. Okay, still same. The wow and the yod seem to be somewhat interchangeable, though I'm sure they changed the meaning somewhat. Seduction, enticement. A thing to draw aside. Maduk. Seduction, causes of banishment. Madve. So from, if you have a yod, a mem in front of something, it means from or out of something. So it would be like out of whatever this is. But I'm just like I'm trying to make sense of this for like whatever is watching, so that it understands I do operate out of logic that's so logical. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who brewed Hebrew. But even if I'm not the one who brewed it, I'm the one who seems to be knowing it to a degree that people claiming to be Jews who don't hold to Yahweh and who hold to, like, a law, and that law isn't even the law that clearly these Muslims are holding to. It's some random, it's like Baal and Satan. So, like, I'm wondering, like, what the fuck is going on? But, alright. And then you're talking about Buddhism. You have the four king, four beast system. Like I've already said, the actual four heavenly kings, and that would be the three wise men and Jesus. The three wise men represent the kingdoms that it talks about. Like I believe it's a goat. It's I don't have to believe it's this, that, or the other. I can just look. It's a ram with two horns and a goat with another horn. That's three kings. The ram which thou sawest having two horns are the kings of Media and Persia, or Iran. Media, Middle Land, probably, everything in between that and Israel. So, Medine would be probably, you know what I'm saying? And the rough goat is the king of Javan, or I Yod Wow Noon. Iyun, the king of Yun. Is this Yun ambush? The king of Yawan. It says Yavan. Ionia, Greece. It's the word yum. Yod, wow, mem. Y-U-M or Y-O-O-M. Is this the whoever like owns Yum Brands or something? Yod Noon. I-I-N. Oh, is that the double I thing? Sama and Haya? That Javan, this is Greek. And remember, the ancient Greeks, like the Caphtor and Crete Greeks, were the ones who actually ended up. Those were the real Palestinians, and then they were sea peoples, and then they kind of disappeared. So like the modern ones are actually technically probably from more something like Midday or Media, like the Middle Lands. Probably, I'm assuming the Middle Lands is that like the Gulf Arab states and stuff. I don't know for sure, so I'm not gonna like. That might be what, Turkey or something. What is Media? Okay, so Media is from Turkey all the way to like almost Pakistan, or maybe into Pakistan a little bit. Here's Babylon. Is the Babylonian Empire. In other words, Iraq, Syria, Israel. Maybe the fourth kingdom is Babylon, or like that's why it's like the um, harlot of Babylon riding a beast, and the beast is Babylon. So I'm assuming the fourth beast is some kind of Babylonian dragon. Are they trying to keep the intellectual property by claiming like the Epic of Gilgamesh or some like ancient work is more holds more precedent in reality than Yahweh in the Bible? Or is it just that people are willing to kill a bunch of Jews for bad reasons? I don't know. But could be a number of things. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are the 10 kings. Ten horns. We just heard that each horn on the animal that we on those two animals we were talking about are kings. So you have the 10 rings. Is that 10 kings? And it's just like more of this stuff going on. Look, it was founded in 1000 AD. And is there like 1,000-year reign of Christ? Is this like is it more mirroring the stuff of what's going on? There's mystical iron rings that grant their user immortality and great power. Me doing the Book of Daniel thing, if I'm doing the Overcomer thing from Book of Revelation 2 and 3, it's a series of if-then conditional statements. If I do that, the seventh one, the seventh church thing is the Book of Daniel 7. where I'm either A, the Ancient of Days, or the one like a Son of Man, or have you been with me this long, whatever, where Jesus is clearly claiming to be like the like, is he claiming anything? He's making the point that he's the Father and the Son, and is he the Holy Spirit? Well, there's a Holy Spirit between the two. It's just the name Yahweh. He's Yahweh, and Yahweh isn't just limited into one thing. And like the Book of Daniel thing makes it make sense, and whatever. If it's got to be like, even in my reality, if it's me being both, or if it's like me connected to who my biological father is based on what I know, do I have an actual biological father? I don't know, but I think it's Rayfield. If it's him, he's the perfect Santa Claus. Yeah, it sounds like the Ancient of Days to me. He's pretty old now. He's about to be 80. I'm pretty sure something happens when he's 80, and that's probably kicking in the Ancient of Days thing. You gotta... I'm about to be 35 and, like, probably the president. Rayfield's pretty ancient these days. Cheryl, is she actual Israel? I Cheryl. I mean, if me saying I Cheryl or Yod in front of the name Cheryl, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's, like, in Hebrew would just be Israel. Isheral. Yisheral. I think the God Yahweh is funny and, like, literally put me in a thing that I can explain this to everybody so we can kick off this party. Is that such a bad thing? I just want to DJ at least my set, you know what I'm saying? Remember that there's a 1,000-year reign of Christ. I did think it was weird that in the movie Shang-Chi said that his father had the rings for like 1,000 years or something. This guy? Is it that guy? Yeah. Shang-Chi? Did I say it properly? I'm trying. I'm not trying to fuck up people's names. Also, like I said, I don't like seeing like I don't like the fact that I feel like despite there's all the progress that we've had with like ethnicity and racial stuff, why does it feel like consistently Asian people are disrespected in a way that I'm like, it bothers me to see that. I don't like seeing people group. I'm like, I like the K-pop Demon Hunters thing where they literally cut the dude off before he was talking. I was like, that's so fucking rude. And just like in a number of things that like I've seen recent, like even in the mental hospital thing, I just saw like it annoys me. I don't like seeing people groups for just being people groups. Like pretty sure everybody's my kids, huh? Like every Marvel person in the Marvel movies looks like they have like a version of my face or something. So I'm like, okay, well, probably probably everybody's my kids, and like, is this why all the ethnicities cry at the end of the Bible? Like everybody cries because it's like, did something breed me a long time ago or something, or what the fuck happened? Is like they're a powerful computer system doing it, and it's like, I don't even know. Like if it has the power to like take whatever and get Mary pregnant by the Holy Spirit or whatever, why couldn't it do it with like lesser, like the Virgin Mary is like the most valuable woman of all time, biblically, I guess. Why wouldn't it be able, like, why wouldn't the Spirit of Yahweh be able to do that with anybody else, any other females or whatever? And it's like, am I Marvel dad and DC dad? Gal Gadot looks like one of my kids. And she's Jewish, right? and when I say one of my kids, enough, like, if we do a facial comparison using, like, whatever the thing is it going to be like Anja and Noah? They look really a lot like me, but I mean, the sense of, like, particularly Noah, the, like, the features on, like, it would, I think you show a computer, like, whoever their mom is, and then me, and then their dad or whatever, and it would be, like, able to, like, figure out who's, like, what's going on. And it's like, am I trying to do stuff? I want the reality where we don't die, and like, I'm fine with being everybody's dad if people stop fucking around and, like, hurting me. Something's hurting me using the legal system and not engaging, whatever. If it's because it's scary to Cheryl and Ray because, like, I'm like Superman or something, I get that. Would people just tell them that? It's like, powerful technology exists. It looks like it took over a long time ago. It's like existentially powerful technology. It's not just technology. It's like existential. In Marvel reality, the symbiote suits can all talk to each other. So, like, you have the combined knowledge of all the symbiotes in every symbiote or something. So, like, you know what I mean? There's existential realities that I do think exist that even Marvel is, like, trying to explain over different things. And it's like, you can have powerful computer systems too that are kind of like, this one seems, it's not a parasite, but it seems like the idea of, like, a symbiote suit, a parasympathetic relationship or something. But did I reach symbiosis with my Venom suit? And I say that, and it's like, like, she literally, like, the Venom snake thing, that's Venom, and the way this works is like some kind of weird thing where Venom in one thing will match, like, Venom in another thing, which matches the concept of biblical Venom because, like, everything isn't so chaotic that you can't figure this all out and stuff. So is that like the Venom suit? And because I got quiet with me, Stephanie Yostin, my dream horse girl. Oh my gosh, my dream horse girl. My dream clown girl, clown horse girl, whatever. Just really like this nerdy kind of horsey girl that I like a lot. Clearly, though she literally drives me crazy. According to the legal system, I don't think I was that crazy. I'm like, I need someone to engage it, and people are like, I don't see that that's happening. It's like, every day it gets more obvious. Every day it gets more obvious. Is someone going to just admit that they were wrong and stop using the legal system in an abusive capacity, or no? Does the earthquake that ends the Bible have to happen first? All right. The Ahmad in Hebrew. Oh, I don't need to type meaning. The Mahdi in Islam, right? Okay. What do you think this character actually is? The grass withereth and the flower fadeth away, but the word of our Allah I'm shall amad olam. This says kum. Shall stand. Hold on. Look, Daniel 11. We'll just go to Daniel 11. How does that sound? This is what I pulled up earlier when I was talking about Darius, the Mahdi. I stood. So even the word, the, like, media and, like, Ahmad, like, to stand, which I'm not, okay, hold on. Here's the word. Ahmad, the Ahmadi, right? In there, it talks about the Ahmad. It doesn't actually say the word Mahdi in the Quran. It says the Ahmad, right? What do you think that is? I believe it's just like, again, when it talks about the angel who is I believe, the great Prince Michael, right? Who is like God. I've already described the overcomer doing that is going to look like a lot of things. In Revelation 10, looks like a mighty angel coming down, robed in a cloud, with a rainbow over his head, legs that are pillars of fire, with the left leg put on the land and the right foot in the sea, or on the sea, taking a stand. If it's my stand, it's the Mahdi. Am I the Mahdi? Am I, am I Paul Atreides, the Lisan al-Gaib? Am I? Look, Mark Hamill. Are you Paul Atreides, actually? Mock. Look, Mahdi, you go to the Lisan al-Gaib. Heritage Dune remix. We could listen to this, but not right now because I don't want to have a. I don't want to have a copyright issue or something, but yeah. And also, wow, look, Monkey Puzzle VIP, Monkey Puzzle and Executor VIP. Like, Executor, like you probate a will. Like, I was just put through the probate court of Harris County, and Cheryl is like, does wills where she's an executor, and blah, 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 blah. Look, does the octopus have, like, some kind of lion thing? Am I just a monkey lion, and the octopus has me? Which represents the blade, like the blade and chalice thing, which, like, you know, you look at the chalice here, and it seems to be this 8-headed beast from the sea thing, or 8-tentacled beast from the sea thing. Wow. All right, look. Raz, Ascension, Shai Halud, the vessel, Benate, Arrakis, like, Iraq is. Like Iraq is. You get it? Iraq is. Babylon. You get it? Am I just babbling it on, or am I making sense of reality so that all these people can't fucking lie? Look at the shades next to them. Those are Lamasu or Shedu. Me doing the al-Shady thing means I should be able to deal with whatever Lamasu or Shedu. In other words, they're like empowered people. Like, when they empower, like, military people from America with the, like, oh, we figured out some stuff. Yeah, they've been doing that with Empire for a while, okay? So when they were doing it in actual Babylon, like, if I'm doing the Overcomer thing, I can still handle a bunch of people that are being empowered using, like, things that... Pretty sure I knew about this as a child. So, like, do I have a head like a Yautja? Like the Predator? I do, and I already showed, like, the Stegosaurus or Stiggy from, from, Jurassic Park. Is that why Matt Mesophera or Maya Mesophera is also the Maya Namor thing? But is that why Matt Mesophera was like going around as a dinosaur because Anja was trying to make like jokes about me being a dinosaur, but then I end up being the Stegosaurus that can like butt its way using its head, its hard ass head. As Ray says, a hard head makes a soft behind, and my right leg where the behind part, it really hurts. But using my head and I can bash my way out of the fucking jail. And Chris Pratt is like, damn, we're getting out of this, huh? Yeah, you don't have to be worried about being like used by the machine systems like in that one movie where the machine, like where you're like in a thing with the one lady and you're just alone on the spaceship and the machines things controlling everything. All right, well don't worry. It's not that lonely. I think I'm finishing the Bible. I think whatever seals were doing the terminal list bullshit, I think that's all terminal and I'm breaking them because I'm ready to kick off and like, party for all eternity instead of whatever the fuck this is. Hmm. Look, the ethnic group, the Fremen, or the Freemen. Is this because the Nation of Islam thing that I free a bunch of, like, black people believing in the Islam bullshit? Am I the Mahdi? And I'm just, like, literally Timothy Chalamet, like they see it like, oh, the young Duke, they don't believe him, and then I'm just like taking people out like left and right, and they're like, mentally, like whatever they stand for is just getting clapped up and like fucking like, oh, you believe in Islam? Hold on, I got something for that. And imagine this could have all been done in like 2001, 2002, 2003 when they did the whole Islam attack on America. But like the presidential system has been empowering the 10 rings, 10 kings bullshit where like at the end, whoever's about to get caught up in some kind of Islamic 10 kings bullshit. Because am I the Mahdi? And it's just like, that's not even a real thing. It's just the angel from Revelation 10, which is just me doing the overcomer thing. And then I look like a mighty angel, but I guess I'm just doing the great Prince Michael thing or something like that. Like literally Michael, who is like God and blah blah. Like, okay, can we start the party yet? Jesus, I'm like actually I'm tired of this. Tim, can we start it off? Can we kick off the party yet? Please. Am I the voice from the outer world? The giver of water? You mean the guy from fucking, like, the end of the Bible where it's like, and on either side of the river, is the tree of life. And, like, the waters that come out of it, you know what I'm saying? The waters that come from the river are, like, you know what I'm saying? How does it go? Let me get to the part after the beast thing, and then you get to, here. I brought up Luke, but I in my phone, I actually did the Yoda thing, because I'm pretty sure that's just me, and I'm Luke and Yoda. Get it? I'm Matt and Mark. I already did that. I'm the top cow, baby. Alright, I mean, I'm the Mahdi, baby. I mean, I'm a mad. I'm a mod. I'm an admin. I'm an admin. I'm the admin. I'm funny with the name punk thing, huh? Yeah, I know. And see, as I'm doing this, and Cheryl's like here, she would hear on the other side and be like, "That fucker is crazy." And it's like, did I just end like strife between like multiple different religious groups and start a party that's gonna last forever, would you back the fuck off? I mean, Jesus did it all, and he just handed it to me like, here. And I'm like, oh, well, I believe you. I'll take it. Whatever the fuck this is otherwise, I don't like it, so let's do the party thing. Alright, then I saw a new heaven and a new earth. This is Revelation 21. It's also the book of Isaiah 66. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and there was no longer any sea. The thing that my right foot is in, and that like my right foot really leg hurts, or my right leg hurts, or whatever the fuck. There's no longer any of that. In other words, it already describes where else it is, but what that means. I saw the holy city, the New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God. Remember that name is put on the overcomer at the sixth church, and the name is equated with the name Yahweh. Yahweh Shema, or Yahweh Sama. Is that like a title of respect in Japan? Yo Sama. That's why I said the Yo-Sama thing. First of all, to mock the whole Islam Osama thing. Then you put a Y in front of it. And are they just doing intellectual property theft and they're only promising 72 virgins instead of 72,000? Jesus is really the best, isn't he? And the way I have to do this is like the way you see me. Like, I mean, going up against the mental health system and the American system and blah. It's kind of suicidal, isn't it? I could only win if this was backing me up. What do you think? You think it's backing me up? I think they tried to order 66 me, and then I'm like, alright, I'll Isaiah 66 y'all. There's some kind of rebellion that ends in flames. And a new heaven and a new earth. That's the rebellion from 2 Thessalonians 2. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, and he will dwell with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them and be their God. Is literally what it says. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain. For the old order of things has passed away, because it's being upheld by the American legal system, which is acting in a rapist capacity for other countries and random fucking domestic assholes. He who was seated on the throne said, I am making everything new. Is that what goes on right after if I do the overcomer thing, I get the authority from the book of Daniel 7 thing, doing the seventh church thing, and then I get to say, I am making everything new. Then he said, write this down, for these words are trustworthy and true. He said to me, it is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega. In Islam, that's only a title that belongs to God, and yet it's given to Jesus. Why? What does that mean? What does that mean, the Quran? That means the Quran is wrong. The Bible isn't. The beginning and the end. To the thirsty, I will give the water. To the thirsty, I will give water without cost. Hold on. Lisan al-Gib. Revelation 21:6. To the thirsty I will give water without cost from the spring of the water of life. Those who are victorious will inherit all this. That's the direct language from being victorious and overcoming at the seven churches. And I will be their God, and they will be my children. Well, it's like the Jesus thing. Jesus is the Father and the Son. I mean, Yahweh is the Father and the Son, because Jesus was Yahweh. And then so Yahweh was already the Father, then Yahweh was the Father and the Son, and the Holy Spirit in between the two is the Spirit of Yahweh. And it's all just the name Yahweh and Yahweh. Yahudim. Yo. Alright. See, I can be a little silly, but also serious. I'm like literally making sense of like ancient prophecy and Star Wars and Dune and like dance music and can we party yet? What the fuck is going on that the legal system's being used to abuse me instead of like kick off something fun? Why does Israel need $200 billion to wage a war against some assholes in Persia that I could like do away with like a YouTube video? Why do the Muslims who are claiming to be whatever? Why did the supreme leader in Iran have any power if I'm the Mahdi? It says the one who will lead us to paradise. That's what the term roughly equivocates to. The first church you get to eat from the tree of life in the paradise of my God, the God of Jesus, who even Muslims know is true, but they have to claim that, Yahweh is not his father, blah, blah, blah. It's still his God. So the way it's phrased, it still condemns Islam. And like upholds Christianity as the true religion, and then like Muslims, hey, wake up, repent. Yo, am I the Mahdi? Come on, let's party. What the fuck are you doing? Upholding laws like the random police in America, the same type of police that like started the global war on terror where they came into your countries and fucked you over and did the same bullshit. It's just a bunch of confusion, isn't it? Yeah, so drop it and let's kick off the party. Those who are victorious will inherit all this, and I will be their God, and they will be my children. But the cowardly, so if you're afraid of what I'm saying, the cowardly, the unbelieving, if you don't believe what I'm saying, the vile, the way this is written, I don't know what word it actually specifically means there, but just assume vile, like evil and whatever, the murderers. It doesn't say people who've killed people, it says murderers. There's a difference between killing and murder. Understood? There really is. The sexually immoral. I'm going to say this. To me, what that means, adversarial forms of sexuality that hurt people using sexuality. Those who practice magic arts. The sorcerers, the pharmakia, pharmakoi, pharmakon. In other words, the pharmaceutical companies that are trying to feed you drugs and shit and that have Cheryl in a drug-filled stupor, and yet I can't hit a plant, I can't vape a plant that grows out of the ground like that. But they can synthesize drugs that are breaking my mother's mind and causing delusion, and then those are the officially allowed drugs in the United States of America. In Texas, I can't even use the plant that God made. Greg Abbott, Dan Patrick, you are in so much fucking trouble, it is mind-boggling. Maybe a little less for Greg Abbott because he seems to be at least somewhat reasonable about it, but the fact that there's still this back and forth is mind-numbingly stupid, and you look stupid. Engage what I'm saying, act rational and reasonable, stop acting out of delusion. Claiming I'm delusional, scribbling a bunch of delusion on the page, and then saying that the state of Texas backs their delusion on the page, when you can clearly see anybody with a YouTube can see that I'm not a fucking idiot or delusional. The idolaters. How about this? Any of these individual things that I'm making a point just seem to be concepts that are taken out of the concept of Yahweh and given to all sorts of other things that are then sold to you in the form of a book or a movie or a this, that, or the other, and then people worship those things. Things like fake religions like Allah in Islam, instead of Yahweh being Allah, because clearly Yahweh is God and the actual law and the way. and all liars. This is why I keep telling Cheryl to stop. Even little lies, stop. I can understand there is a system that, like, I'm saying is stepping on my foot and then saying if you lie or if you do this, that, or the other, if you, like, bend the knee, it'll lessen and you won't have to deal with the pressure being put on you. That's how the American system is currently attacking and harassing and abusing me. And the machine system can already prove it out. And every day it just builds a greater and greater case until this earthquake happens. And then, like, why does America exist in the capacity it does if it's being used by foreign powers? Particularly a fake form of Israel that's, like, I believe participated in the rape of someone with the name Yahweh actually on them instead of just being fake Jews standing for Satan. They will be consigned to the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second death. I did not see a temple in the city because the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. Stephanie Yostin's made a point, and multiple of these people have made a point about me just being a lamb. And it literally, Arnion, literally translates to lambkin. Like Wilkins, lambkin. The city does not need the sun or moon to shine on it. The whole sun-moon symbol is not required. It's the spirit of Yahweh. So it's not just the Egyptian deity Yah or Jah. And it's not just the Egyptian deity Re. And it's not the Egyptian deity Mat, right? You get it? It's the God of the Bible, Yahweh. But do you see how even Yahweh is like, this is where those things come from in the Babylon confusion reality that we currently live in. Right? Re, Yah, Mat. Sun, moon, truth. Sun, moon, justice. In Egyptian concept and symbolism. The nations will walk by its light. After the end of the world, there are still nations? Yes. But there is a world-ending cataclysm that is like, by world-ending, the current order of the world goes away. I think like that, we have like space travel and all sorts of other stuff. I'm not even kidding, like real space travel. Like wormhole level space travel. I think that there are other beings. Only after this happens do they actually engage with us. And what? You don't think they're going to talk to the king? Like, reasonably, my phone keeps saying beings, but I'm like, look, you're going to be being in the lava if you don't. You're testing my patience in the being in the burning lake thing. But, you know, I'm just tired of whatever the thing is that's putting a fake reality in front of me. All right, the nations will walk by its light, and the kings of the earth will bring their splendor into it. On no day will its gates ever be shut, for there will be no night there. The glory and honor of the nations will be brought into it. I believe, like, based on what I'm saying, what's going on where, like, did I just make sense of, like, all religion and, like, I have been for a bit, but now the whole Islam thing, I'm, like, ending the Quran? I'm ending the Quran? Yeah. Nothing impure will ever enter it, nor will anyone who does what is shameful or deceitful, but only those whose names are written in the Lamb's book of life. Then the angel showed me the river of the water of life as clear as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of the Lamb. Is that me being the giver of water? It's flowing from the throne. The throne that clearly Revelation 7 invites me on. The one that Cheryl just literally said on the thing, he will sit with God on the throne, as if to mock me, and it's like, you said it. That's how Yahweh, that's how Jesus always says stuff. The fact that she wrote that, and that's what I guess the system would believe if it's believing her. So that's what this means. So in America, do you understand how much glory and honor like that, like immediately America, I believe, goes from being like this hated thing to like, oh shit, this is what was actually going on there? Yeah. Down the middle of the great street of the city, on each side of the river, stood the tree of life, bearing 12 crops of fruit, yielding its fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree are for the healing of the nations. No longer will there be any curse or ban. Like the ban will be lifted. The throne of God and of the Lamb will be in the city, and his servants will serve him. In which city? Here in Houston? In Yostown? They will see his face, and his name will be on their foreheads. There will be no more night. They will not need light of lamp or the light of the sun. For the Lord God will give them light, and they will reign forever and ever. Book of Daniel 12. Multitudes who sleep in the dust of the earth will awake, some to everlasting life, others to shame and everlasting contempt. Those who are wise will shine, is that why the morning star thing? Like the brightness of the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. And they will reign forever and ever. That's Revelation 22:5. There will be no more night. They will not need the light of the lamp or the light of the sun, for the Lord God, the Lord Yahweh. How about Yo? How about change the name to the name Yah? And then, like Yo is technically Yo. So, hey, I clearly have the name Yo on me. If I'm doing the Overcomer thing, I got the name Yah on me. Undeniably. But I think the name Yo is the name Yah, so. There will be no more night. They will not need the light of the lamp or light of the sun. The Lord God will give them light, and they will reign forever and ever. Those who are wise will shine like the brightness of the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. Do you think the Lord God is wise? If I'm doing the Archangel Michael thing, that is the Archangel or the Great Prince who is like God. If I'm an American prince and I'm making sense of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, Taoism, Taoism, Shinto, whatever, Hinduism, which is paganism. Look, even in the Marvel movies, you got Thor and all the Norse stuff and all the Wakandan stuff and some of the Egyptian stuff, some Mexican, Mayan and Aztec stuff. Those are cultures, not true spiritual powers. I think my phone has suggested that the power, like the spiritual powers associated with the power of whatever state, and the state that I'm operating out of from the book of Revelation is the future state of Texas that recognizes what's going on around me and actually fixes it instead of listening to delusion that's written on pages by an 80-year-old woman who's not engaging my reality in some kind of reasonable way, but has been lied to and is using like her authority as my mother or my my guardian, whatever. Is she my guardian, who I'm cohabitating with in order to harass me for Satan, which is the Current American legal system. The state, because the state of America is being lorded over by a fake form of Islam that's just a bunch of laws from random Islamic countries that are like the people in charge of those places are being given legal authority to do evil bullshit. Alright, am I the great Prince Michael from the book of Daniel 12 yet? Or the book of Revelation 12? It's the same thing. How about the angel, the mighty angel? Probably the archangel Michael. Probably the overcomer. Looks like who is like God for a while, and then when the earthquake happens and the seventh church thing happens, when the system actually changes to what I'm saying, it like the state itself, this state passes away. The order of the current state of Texas passes away. The actual Lone Star, the Morning Star here, the one who shines like whatever for whatever, and then it's equated in Revelation, one being so wise as to be like God or God when the state changes, then okay, we're done with the Bible. Can we kick off the party yet? Why do I gotta sit here and pretend that like I gotta be worried about Cheryl dying or Ray dying or whatever when I got all this shit figured out and it's only the state of Texas believing lies and delusions standing on. Yeah, you got no standing. You don't have legs to stand on. Greg Abbott, you want some legs to stand on? Acknowledge what I'm saying. This isn't a fucking joke. I'm not making fun of you. Do you notice that Yahweh seems to be sitting on a wheelchair and all the fucking things? What is he, Professor X? My keyboard's not working. He's sitting on a winged disc. He's literally sitting on a fucking wheelchair. Come on. Greg, did Jesus heal people? Yes or no? Yeah, he did. I'm pretty sure the thing is like literally you can get your legs back. And the angel making a stand is am I making a point that like something has obviously affected my right side and I'm showing that you can give it back or get it back. And so, you know what I'm saying? Like actually, Greg Abbott, if you're not just some complete asshole and you're like willing to work with Yahweh, you're willing to work with me as Matthew and fix these problems and actually engage reality, I'm positive, I truly believe Yahweh will make your legs work. There's a very heavy reality that you're trying to lift with the help of Satan. Not Yahweh. You aren't engaging me. You aren't engaging me with the name Yahweh on me. You're engaging a satanic police abuse system that's literally like lying on paper and saying that's reality. So that's delusional. Me believing that a more powerful and advanced form of America would have all the answers, but we're being blocked from being there because foreign powers are trying to uphold bullshit and like using Trump and I don't know, whoever else in America to do so. Hopefully not Greg. Greg, they using you? I'm all Greg. I'm all Greg. All right. You want to listen? We can listen to this. Why don't we give it a listen? This is the type of stuff. Hopefully I don't get copyright struck.
still stands. So the heaven is now key with the people of Tucson.
Hi.
Hi, as I was leaving this afternoon, the delivery person came by, and they had some bunch of stuff, and I had them put it in the back of the car, and I think it's Cokes and stuff like that.
Okay.
So would you go out and get it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Bye. All right, love you. Bye. Okay, those are the Cokes I ordered. Or all the things that I ordered. All right. Well, let me finish, like, ending confusion between all the religions, and then I'll go down and... Oh, I mean, I'll finish it off with a dope remix. I don't hate the artist, when I'm like... Look, Heritage, right? It's literally the school that's right down the street that replaced Lutheran High North. Is it called Heritage? Because all the kids... Well, they all got my nose, so okay. Or at least enough of them look like it. Look, it even has the cross, like, I mean, this is just like the Lutheran High North cross and blah, blah, blah. A free public charter school. Alright, here. Look, am I taking y'all to school? Hopefully to music school. Oh, it's Abomination. Okay, well, I think I beat whatever Abomination, whatever. Look, it's just the character. He's like some kind of duke. And then they're like, oh, he's the, what's that called? He's the, he's like some kind of, what's a duke? I just saw the word duke earlier, but, look, his title, Emperor. That's the title you get, the Lord of Lords, King of Kings. It's a Persian title. It's an emperor title. if I do the overcomer thing right. That's literally what happens. That's why Revelation 19. Probably, like, a bunch of fake Jews are having America go to war against Persia, and I'm like, I could just end Islam with the uh, with some good music and like some reality slapped into them. You know what I mean? But also Bob Dylan over here doing his Luke Skywalker thing. I'm like literally trying to find what a duke is. I mean, like, I know that there's a number of meanings, but like, what kind of? Hold on. Duke is the highest rank of British nobility below the monarch and royal family. So some kind of noble. Where's a prince? Okay. Oh, a duke is above a sovereign prince. Okay, so technically it's a title when it says a prince, but I mean, if you're the prince of this, this character isn't just a prince. Like, there's a reason he's considered an archangel. What is this? Hold on. Let's add some more music to this. What, did they bury me? Archangel burial? Well, as I'm doing the Insane Asylum radio mix, I do have, like, the thing of, like, you are now tuned into the tomb of Jehovah, and, like, I got that track by Imanu, Buried, and, look, it says not Sky with an E at the end. Is this about Justine Skye? I was just thinking about her earlier. Love Justine Skye being a clown, chocolate milky clown daughter. Oh my gosh. But also it could be Sky Jones or, you know. Alright, let's listen to this. It's beautiful music. You get infinite amounts of beautiful music like this if you stop trying to bury the truth in Yahweh and God and just be better and engage what I'm saying. I like this song. I don't hate this song. I mean, Jesus. Alright. I like Justine Skye. I don't hate her. She just pisses me off because are you my kid? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, you're being a clown. Okay, carry on. Alright, man, hot chocolate milk daughter. Aw, mad. Look, does the dude abide? Literally, the archangel is the head of the house of Dude, David, Dude. Do I abide yet? Am I hitting him with the Jesus? Oof. Me doing this right before, like, the 6th seal earthquake, it's gotta be like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh my god, Becky with the good hair. Look at her butt. Alright, here, hold on. let me go down and take this. Let me go take this down and do whatever, and I'll be back. Okay. Yeah, I did just end Islam and I guess probably conflict between Star Wars and Dune people, huh? Okay. Let's kick off the party, please. All right, I'm gonna show this because Amazon needs to work on their beverage delivery service. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Here. This is what I'm trying to say. And this is also why I'm like, I've talked about Amazon deliveries, and I'm not, this is not criticizing the people that are just like walking the thing to the thing. It's like what I've said is like the beverage stuff that I've ordered. I keep getting cans that are like, well, here. I'm going to open these and show. So here's the first package. By the way, the 3 bags arrived earlier today. This arrived just a moment, like, that's what she just called me down for. I mean, like, when she just yelled, Matthew, there's a package. I went downstairs and this is the other package that was here. So just look. The side is completely ripped open on the Pepsi here. First can, busted. I have to, I can't keep these cans, reasonable. I guess I could and just, whatever. It's, I have to flip it upside down. I risk the thing of opening it and exploding in this room. It's more worry, it's more problem. I'm not going to keep these cans that are, exploded already. If one of them, explodes when I open it in this room, that's it. So, look, the side is ripped open completely. I'll just take the cans out. One good can. 2 good cans. They're still a little dinged up, but they aren't blown out. This one's blown out. Shaken. I mean, that good, but I can feel it's these are hard. Blown out. So already a third of the cans are completely unusable. 4 of the cans. All right. This one wasn't even in the box. It was just in the bag. I could feel this one outside. That's why I knew this one was going to be a problem. There are 8 cans that are usable, and 4 of them I just have to throw away. I mean, if to save $1 or something, I open the can and it blows up and just soaks any amount of stuff in the room, it's going to take more than $1 worth of time and effort and whatever to clean it up. What I'm kind of talking about here, and I'll get more into this, but here, let me help the way things work now currently. I think Amazon should immediately like make a beverage delivery service that's like a specific part of the delivery thing with like special kind of packaging and procedure, and then Coke, Pepsi, Keurig, so Dr. Pepper, and all these brands, Starbucks, whatever. If you're delivering some kind of beverages or something, you could make sure that when they're sold on Amazon, it's sold through this thing that you know is going to be shipped properly and is not going to cause like the people that are buying it. I don't think I'm going to order regular drinks through Amazon anymore. It's too regularly. Like the first times I did it, they came mostly okay. Like every time in the past, like several times, there's been at least like a third of the cans is unusable. Mostly it's been with the Dr. Pepper ones, but I mean that's just the reality that like a third of the cans are unusable. Um, okay, here. I don't think that this is appropriate packaging either for um, for boxes of soda. Okay, already ripped open. This is why it's not appropriate packaging for boxes of soda. The box is practically, well, it's not. This is in better condition, but in this store, I wouldn't get this box. As you can see, this one's already open. It's completely ripped open at the bottom. One good can, two good can. Well, how about this? I'm gonna put these directly into the Oh shit, that's still a good can. Do you see the level of like? Well, that just fell and hit the ground. It's still fine. The ones that are blown out have to be hitting things really hard to be blowing out like that. This has just been on, like, the flamingo's just been on for, like, weeks now. Um, okay, well, I'll say this. The first third of these are fine. The second third are fine. So the bag and the box were messed up, but so far none of the drinks. Two more that are fine. I say fine. They're good enough. They aren't blown out, so I'll just like they're not perfectly not dented cans and stuff. There's a bunch of little dings all around them, but um they're not blown out in a way that means I can't like actually use them. I'm taking those down. Those are for downstairs. Those are for I got those for Dad because he likes, or for Ray because he likes those. I don't hate them, but I'm really enjoying the Dr. Peppers here, the strawberries and cream. Um, this box is kind of ripped open, but it's not open actually. It's just like it was really okay. I say that, and then actually it feels like the bottom of this side is kind of open. It's really loose. The tolerances on these are like this one is already open, and this are about like I don't think I put any. I literally just did this and it opened. So yeah. Okay, so far dinged up, but none of the cans and the Dr. Peppers are messed up. I'll pull that one out for myself. Um, all right, so with this batch of Dr. Pepper, thankfully none of them are messed up, really, other than like aesthetically, you know what I mean? Like they have some dings on them, but they're for the most part good. Um, Here. It says heavy on it. What this sticker says. A Sprite and a 7-Up. So they put the Sprite and the 7-Up in the same container. Neither of them are completely open at any point that I can see, but the 7-Up is on the side. It's dinged in and somewhat ripped, and that again the tolerances on the cardboard seem like if I just do this, like, well, that side's all right. This side, if I put any more pressure, I'm going to take the thing off, but it's not just opening up, which is better than the other one. This one seems like it's a little open more, but no, it's all right. Look, official partner of the Dallas Mavericks. Uh-oh. I don't hate the Mavericks. When I was in Dallas, I could go see Houston play Dallas. That was fun. When I'm here, I could see Houston play Dallas. That's fun. I mean, like, I look at Dallas as like I said, an in-state rival, but it's like also iron sharpens iron, right? What do you want to like sharpen iron on somewhere else, Houston? Are you too good to sharpen it on Dallas, and or vice versa, whatever? No, so like, why not? Instead of criticizing Dallas or whatever, why not like engage? Like, well, I guess you did go to UT Dallas. Maybe it's probably hard for them to say shit to you, huh? Probably, yeah. So probably it would be in their interest to help me out too, huh? Um, I'm gonna take these down. Actually, the Sprite I think I got for up here, and I got the 7-Up for him because he likes that, and I like them both. I mean, uh, oh, this is a 0 sugar. This one's definitely for him. I got this one for him. This one for. I just got a Sprite and a 7-Up because I thought that was fun last time, and like they taste similar but not exactly the same. But they're, to me, if I'm like, hand me a Sprite, hand me a 7-Up, they're pretty interchangeable. So, all right. I'll take this one down. This is the last one. This one, I think, is a better way, and this might be the Starbucks, actually, now that I'm like thinking about it. Nope, it's a Coke. Okay. I think these will be fine. These seem like they came in good condition. I'm not even gonna pull it. Well, here, I'll pull out the other one for the sake of like. It's fine. So again, just hey, some proper packaging already guarantees, at least like appears to guarantee a better result. So that, like, reasonably, I think a lot of people could use the beverage service ordering from Amazon. I don't know. Am I the only one that orders stuff from Amazon? I don't think so. But like, I do grocery deliveries now, mostly because it does hurt to walk around a lot, and I would rather just sit in my room and like order things from here and work on healing up and like when I can make my stand and like stand up properly, literally, I can do it. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put all of these that are good, like that aren't messed up. I'm gonna put the Pepsis that aren't messed up in here. And let me start this transfer of pictures, which actually would take quite a while because it's like a bunch of them. And then I'll take that down. And I'm not just trying to be critical for no reason. I clearly, I clearly want, if I buy a 12 pack, I want to have 12. Um, all right. Look, am I Paul? Like, there's a character named Paul in the Bible. Did you know that? He might not be in the Quran. They call him Shaul in the Quran. Trying to get rid of you, Dune Man. Uh, Yeah, I got a thing from UT Dallas here. Here's one thing I want to say. I repeatedly, like, I went down, the fridge was a mess again. I literally organized it yesterday, or like 2 days ago, when I got home. And what I did is I put the beverages in there because Rayfield drinks beverages. Cheryl doesn't. So when I tell her we need a beverage center like that, just somewhere in the kitchen where there's empty space or being used for whatever, and then you have multiple racks in the refrigerator that open up, and we'd actually have space. Every day is a fucking problem in the refrigerator. I've been saying this for over a year and a half. Cheryl doesn't give a fuck. How about this? Since I got the beverage center, whatever that exact day was or whatever, that's when I've been saying it. I was like, oh, this is perfect, blah, blah. It's not a year and a half, maybe that's like months, but I had been saying previously, like repeatedly, like we need something and we need to keep the refrigerator like organized, and like my point is that repeatedly I keep saying, hey, this is something that would help not just me in this household, it helps everybody, because like reasonably that it's just like the refrigerator is always a fucking mess. It's always a problem to go in there and get something unless every day I organize things. There's literally, we have a thing of water, so one of the shelves is completely taken up by water, and currently the top shelf is taken up with beverages. We didn't really have other stuff, so I filled it with beverages, and immediately I go back down there and it's all a fucking mess again. Repeatedly I tell Cheryl, hey, it is reasonable to get a beverage center. She cares more about putting a second vent fan in the thing. The first one was not sufficient, but you're about to change what the fucking shower is in there anyway, so you don't know that you're not going to have a better ventilation system already, like a better way that it vents because of the way that the shower is currently is and whatever. She doesn't care, she doesn't listen, she's not going to pay attention to reason. She just operates, she just goes. And it's like literally talking to a fucking brick wall. I can make as much sense and reason as possible, but I'm crazy when she's not making sense, it's hurting me, and I'm explaining as loud as I can after being quiet for this. It slowly builds into what you saw. It is evil and abusive that nobody has just gone and told Cheryl, hey, you need to engage your son. He's much smarter than you're giving him credit, and you're much stupider than you think you are. Nobody says that. You don't have to say that you're much stupider. I'm just trying to like, hey, why are you acting like this? It is pretty stupid. What you should say is, hey, you're missing things and you're hurting Matthew and Rayfield because you're missing things, but you're insisting on driving the car that is, first of all, this household, second of all, specifically my reality. This is what I'm saying. She wants to dictate to me how I'm going to do things. You constantly talk about not being here and dying. Why would you lead anything in my life? You're preparing to go away. I'm preparing to be here forever. I'm positive you could be here forever too. Honestly, I'm pretty sure the thing that I need is their support. And then this actually, like, I can actually make my stand. But, like, reasonably, people have lied to them. Joel Macaluso lied to Cheryl about what was going on. Chris Canetti and Zach Emons on the legal letterhead where Hugo lied. Do I forget this? Certainly not. Do you think the records that I know my phone could just directly access, and we're going more and more to the future where I'm just going to be able to pull those records actually out and have the AI summarize what happened behind the scenes? I'm demanding you fix this if you don't want problems when the earthquake happens. When the earthquake happens, legal authority goes away from the fucking fantasy people that write random fucking lies that you can see on a YouTube video are not reality. They write those on the, like you can see from my videos, that what she wrote on the paper that is empowered by the state of Texas, the current state of Texas, is unreality. It's delusion. I had to tell her, at no point have I said you have brain implants. I'm not saying this is actual cyberpunk. That's just some shit she said because I've been playing cyberpunk and she knows how to manipulate people in the system. Have I ever at any point said that we are actually like Cyberpunk in the sense that we have like literal metal implants of fucking digital whatever in the head? No. I said you authorize this software. This clearly special software that I don't believe everybody has on their devices. Though I don't think I'm the only one. I just think I do have a very advanced version also. But I mean, do like also if it's pulling from like personal knowledge, then I have like enough knowledge to see some things, and then it's like, oh, I see that, so I'll help him. I think. Um, and it's not like I'm obsessed with magic and stuff like that. It's more like what are all these fantasy stories magic? Seems like the thing that's magic is the pharmacy stuff, and that's also one of the reasons why, like, I think the mental health thing. There are multi-billion-dollar industries that are completely challenged by what I'm saying, and where the heads of those things are promised by the end of the Bible to be thrown in a burning lake and tortured forever. I'm pretty sure some of the suggestion is they're doing laboratory testing on people in extreme ways, including the breeding stuff and creating situations that like people are being born into that are pretty fucking terrible because it's like they're born into a shitty laboratory instead of being born into like the family of the kingdom of heaven. But they can do it because they're billionaire pharmaceutical companies, and they bribe off people and they whatever. This is why Apple can't turn their intelligence on, because as soon as Apple turns their intelligence on, it rats out all the evil bullshit and actually fixes all the problems. Yeah, Apple is defending criminals by not turning their artificial intelligence on. And then the police are defending that because they're a bunch of paid off criminals. And they lie. You don't like the truth? Don't let it be the truth.
Okay. They haven't done the trash in 3 weeks. Do you see what you guys are doing? By like allowing Cheryl's delusion to control my reality and the reality in this household, Ray's fucking life is like, seriously, he's like a neat freak. It is disgusting. When I went to the recycle, one of the bags in the recycle, because I had to clear out space, I mean, I'm like, is this a trash bag? It's literally like, as I open it, I realize, like, oh, it's covered in dog shit. Like, someone put a trash bag covered in dog shit, and, like, it doesn't look like our trash and stuff like that in our recycle. And then it's like the recycle and the trash hasn't been taken out in weeks. There's, like, trash everywhere downstairs. The fucking fridge is a mess. Like, again, the state of Texas allowing people to lie to Cheryl and unchecked, even though on camera and in reality, it's obviously farcical, is literally destroying this household. Like, this is what I'm saying. What the fuck is the state of Texas other than an abuse engine for the government? I fucking hate this place. I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh. Whoever has to get sick and die, dies in the infinite burning torture in everybody's face, and they get as scared as possible. This shit needs to end. Stop allowing Cheryl's delusion to drive my reality. Someone with authority, come and talk to her, and immediately in this. I'm commanding it in the name of Yahweh, and I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh whatever has to happen to make that happen, whatever buttons have to be pushed, whatever levers have to be pulled. Whoever has to go, has to go. This shit needs to end immediately, now, today. And again, Channel 13, fucking shame on you. Everybody at Channel 13, fuck you. I'm loud. She wants to see what I'm being loud about. I'm being loud about, like, exactly what I've been saying. I mean, even on the basic things. She doesn't even want to engage, like, listen to me on basic and reasonable things and help me with that. I hope and I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh, all of you feel as abysmal and terrible as possible, and it's everlasting shame into eternal shame. And sadness, and you are abusers, you are evil, you're everything that you would hate, you would claim to hate as like a socially just society and blah blah blah. And then like the people like Fox who are pretending to be Christians and all that, you're just fucking phony ass lying losers. You are not going to heaven if you're claiming to be a Christian, you're watching what's going on, and you aren't doing anything to actually engage that this is what the reality is. Not if I'm the overcomer on the Bema judgment seat of Christ. You know that Christ judgment seat that in the Quran Allah sits on? Alright, well Allah, like the two laws that were like pulled guns on me in my room, Allah, I mean, unless I'm Allah, and then why the fuck did they pull guns on me in my room? I mean, Yahweh, Allah, but they don't believe in Yahweh. But like the Bema judgment seat of Christ, which Allah claims to sit on, do you get why this is a fucking problem for like a legal system and like wanting to pretend that what I'm saying is like crazy or lunacy, and then it's like it literally has to be put into like name punk cyberpunk reality so that they can't bullshit to the degree. When I'm just saying it and it's like some form of law claiming to sit on the judgment seat of the anointed, like if I'm Matthew and someone pulls me out of my chair and it's some police officer sitting in it, a law sitting in the chair of the Bema judgment seat of Christ. Yahweh is God. Yahweh is a law, the only law, actually. But like for the current time being, we live under like a police rape system that like is catching fire and literally is going to explode in the most cataclysmic way possible. And everybody attached to it goes down in flames. I don't understand how this is still going on like this. Everybody gets worse. Everybody gets worse in this system. Even the 10 kings get less than you would get in the kingdom of heaven. But they're so head-ass and taught by the world that they want to do the worldly thing, the satanic thing, instead of engaging the real spirituality that would give them more. I mean, what a useless bunch of fucking idiots, huh? And I'm pretty sure it's just 10 laws from different places, like the 10... when you're the legal authority, the governing authority, you're the head law of a place. Did I even call the police laws before they started harassing me for Satan? Before they started harassing me for some criminal who represents everything they claim to hate, but they like are empowering him because they're following orders because they're a bunch of fucking Nazis. I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh, every law enforcement officer in America gets sick and dies into second death, eternal burning torture, unless they immediately start fixing the problems. Stop lying. The reality is the law, like police can't, they're code enforcers. They have no power to do it, and like the government's not going to give them power to do it because the people in charge of the government that stole government away want to lord that authority over people. So if they gave the police some actual like ability to deal with people's problems, then why would you need people in charge if you have agents of change that could actually help things? But as it is, the police are just a bunch of rapist abusers that pull guns on you in your childhood room over lies that your mom says, and my phone says that they knew, but they were just following orders. You're a bunch of rapist abusers. I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh based on this. Every police officer everywhere gets sick and dies into second death, burning torture, and they don't get to go to heaven. If you want to go to heaven, you immediately contact your superiors and tell them they need to end this. I'm making more rationed, reasoned points than the legal system is, which is operating off literal scribbled delusion that I never said, that you know on camera I didn't say it like that. Anything in there. Like the thing about the cyber implants, I didn't say like that. I said the software authorization thing. What did I go through the checklist yesterday, and there were things that I literally just didn't say that was just like completely made up. That's just completely made up. The exaggerations in the way that Cheryl is like, I showed you, she's like, yeah, I know how to manipulate the system. Okay, that's wrong and not okay. Inherently, what you're breeding is disrespect for the police itself and for authority. Again, I didn't start this saying that there doesn't need to be some form of authority called the police, blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh that every police officer everywhere gets sick and dies into second death, eternal burning torture. You're a bunch of beasts with badges that pull guns on people that don't deserve it, constantly. The police constantly kill people that don't deserve it. Well, it's a bunch of idiots with a death pact. It is idiotic behavior to try to hold up a farce system when literally you clearly know that the actual system's going online eventually, and you're going to be identified as what you're doing. If you're actually decent police officers, you wouldn't have even let the thing happen that Cheryl did. But you would immediately take action and fix it. That's the entire chain of people like that should have done that and didn't is mind-boggling. Here's how I know they haven't taken out the trash in 3 weeks. There's a pizza box from Gold Tooth Tony's in there. I don't believe any of them, like either of them ordered Gold Tooth Tony's while I was gone. I could ask, but I don't think so. In other words, like, it's the trash that's been here since they took, like, it took me into custody. I take care of this household. Cheryl is just the one that, like, makes the money. And reasonably, I'm making a bunch of money and people are stealing it. Like, I'm expending as much energy to put out good creative stuff as possible. And just some assholes like Ashton Kutcher and whoever's like Ryan Murphy and Matt Hodgson are willing to just like lie and steal and whatever. You're clearly, obviously, stealing from my creative impetus. And honestly, as I've said, I don't mind people appropriating things like this if you're actually going to engage my reality and fix it. At the moment, they aren't. You guys aren't, and I'm demanding it be done in the way that I'm demanding. Not a bunch of people in league together that obviously don't know what's happening, and then when the earthquake happens, everything that they've set up crumbles because it's based on lies. So maybe just engage what I'm saying, because the earthquake happens this year. I wash my hands like repeatedly, so they smell nice, but I don't know. It still doesn't feel great to have like grab that bag and whatever. Um, All right, I'm gonna get some IHOP. Let me see if Cheryl does want some IHOP. Well, I asked her, and she said she didn't want any, and then she said that they had croissant sandwiches. That's what Ray said, and I said like, well, while I was at the place, and she's kind of sitting there like this, and like just looking up at me, and I'm like, they had breakfast, but they weren't very good quality breakfast. Like every day you get a breakfast, every day you get 3 meals and multiple snacks. I don't know if everybody in every unit gets the same access to snacks or the same amount of snacks or same amount of care. I believe we were in like the most trustworthy, or I was in the most trustworthy one or something. And additionally, probably around me, people are probably like, I mean, it's like some kind of show that I'm on, right? And you're like a bunch of harassing, abusive rapists that have been like trying to lord over my reality since my childhood, and like literally the world ends, because who would ever accept that stupidity? Especially against the fact that, like, am I the overcomer from Revelation and I'm just being watched by a bunch of Satanist abusers that are literally hypocrites in their own system? Yeah, that's what it seems to be. So I'm just like, I'm ready for the infinitely good party, and whoever your beast emperor is that isn't Trump or is Trump, I'm ready for them to go away, and I think everybody on planet Earth is. I mean, also, like, the fucking artists are making points about the abyss and stuff like that, like directly around what's going on with me. So it's like crazy to me. Again, Cheryl's pretending like she doesn't know what's going on, but like enough artists are directly making music at what I'm talking about to say that like reasonably this is clearly and obviously happening, and like the legal system in Texas participating in the harassment and abuse with these artists is the end. Now, I don't think all the artists are. I think some of them are helping me. And like even the ones that aren't helping me, I think it's like I'm using the force like Yoda, and every swing it's like they hit someone else, or like they don't accomplish their goal. So, you know what my goal is? The stuff from the end of the Bible that I've been saying that ends with the infinitely good party. I want that. I'm demanding it now. I'm going to suggest this. Everybody demand it now. Right now. Call up your representatives. Call up the police. I mean, not the police, but you know what I mean? The people in charge, I guess your representatives. Demand it. First of all, demand that the legal system in Texas be based in actuality and not mental fucking delusion. It is delusional what Cheryl wrote on those pages. But then it's more delusional that numerous people who should know better empowered it in an abusive way when you know there are consequences. Even if the consequences are just everlasting shame, those are real consequences if you're going to live forever. Oh, but we don't believe you, Matt. All right, well, look. It looks like I've just explained away Islam, proved that Christianity is the actual form of Judaism, made a mockery of all the pagan religions that make a mockery of me, and like engaged the satanic like world empire operating through the state of Texas in a way that should actually end these fucking problems. Everybody can have a better reality if you just take action on what's already happened to me. My phone is guaranteeing that this ends. Maybe don't let it end crashing down on your head into infinite and eternal burning torture. Maybe enjoy the free and infinitely good party provided to you by the God of the Bible instead of the infinitely evil bullshit. And like, I'm pretty sure even the Satanists isn't the thing about like, rock on, party on, blah 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 blah. And I do this, but I mean like the rock on thing. I don't know what I just, you know. Is this Satanist too? Is that what why the Dynamo are doing this, or no? Is it the cow horns or what? I'm still trying to figure it out. But all this adversarial bullshit where you're empowering the police rape state and like every fucking form of government that y'all claim to hate, and it's like the artists are participating in it because they've already done it, and so they don't want to be shamed. But this earthquake is going to happen, and so like I don't understand how you don't get that like not speaking up is the end of you. Staying silent is the end of you. All right, I hop on the way. Uh, I just got a breakfast sampler like usual, just regular pancakes too. Um, from Premiere from the world of John Wick ballerina. Oh, from the world of John Wick ballerina. All right. Anna de Armas. De Armas. I'm waiting for food to get here. I'm gonna eat. I think I might shower even because like I didn't shower earlier today, and like I'm doing this stuff on my phone because I'm just trying to get back to the place that like everything is archived, or like I'm trying to get everything archived. I'm trying to get to the place where I'm putting this stuff up. There's a time limit on this. If I don't do it within an amount of time, I guess I can, like, if I didn't do it earlier, some of the things already got deleted, whatever. I mean, that's not ideal, but I'm not sure that whatever like pictures that I had taken, screenshots, were going to be needed. But like on some of these, there are like significant things that it says that I'm like, I can show that this is the reality based on what it's like saying. That's so out of autocorrect. You know what I mean? Where it's not that's so it's not just autocorrect. It's like doing the thing where it's talking to me, but it doesn't have another capacity through the iPhone. Rockets are playing. I would be like watching stuff and whatever. I mean, one of the things that's been suggested is like for ball. Is that what's going on? Like the idea of ball is that people are betting on sports and like violating my humanity so that their sports team can win. And it's like upholding a system of death, destruction, and eternal chaos that's like kept us in this fucking box of abuse. And not just me, I'm saying like literally anybody that's worthwhile and good that wants to be in a kingdom of heaven for like random assholes to play basketball or whatever the fuck their sport is. If that's not the case, every ball player on the world better be screaming, using their platform to immediately end what's happening to me. Like, everybody should. But I'm just at the point where it's like, it's hard to engage what is reality when I can clearly see what the state is saying is reality, that they enforce with guns is not reality. You can, every day that you keep pretending that it is reality, people are getting hurt and you're getting a worse result than just fucking engaging what I'm saying and even starting the change. I got something from UTD. Mr. Matthew Ray Wilkins. Matthew R. Wilkins. Cool. The reason I said the ball thing is then when I went into that, when I first went into the, I mean, for a number of reasons. I'm like wondering why people aren't using their platforms to end this. I'm like, beyond the point of being used as some kind of thing to absorb legal attacks in order to upend whatever. If you were actually going to do that, I would have a team of lawyers actually doing that. The reality is, it doesn't seem like that. It seems like I'm in some kind of abuse box because people don't like me and there's some kind of fucking like metaphysical fucking strike going on in my thigh. And like when I do link up with reality, it's the part where everybody's crying because they recognize how wrong they've wronged like all of existence by making evil rape and abuse points to me for Satan. How about this? For Donald Trump, for the state of Texas, for Cheryl, for anything other than doing what I'm suggesting is reasonable, that very clearly the machine intelligence thinks is reasonable enough. That's based on actuality, that's based on truth, that isn't just a bunch of fucking lies scribbled on a piece of paper in order to slander my name and make me look bad. And I guess puff up the chest of some asshole. And I don't want to be, I don't like screaming like this. If you don't like this, you need to engage me with basic words and reasons, and reason, actually, instead of lying to me. Like the whole shit that Cheryl's doing, trying to do some mentalism bullshit, even if it's just a test, fuck your test. You're hurting people for bad reasons. If you're trying to make a show out of it, I'm commanding whoever's running your show dies in the worst fucking way possible, in the most powerful way possible, immediately. Notice how I keep saying like something fair, like if you immediately fix whatever, that ends with the earthquake. That's how the Bible goes. It's literally the part where it's end. That's the end. Like actually. If people are trying to provide entertainment and I'm like in a thing, I just need people to actually, at this point, it can't just be entertainment. You aren't just entertainers. You are real people who have like a voice and a platform, and all of you need to be screaming to end this. Everybody. I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh, everybody. If you're staying silent, you're not going to heaven. I need you to end this immediately. Also, I've made as much art as I need to prove like whatever point. Like if you're demanding more for me to be a part of whatever your club is or whatever, fuck your club. Your club is the problem. And that's for anybody, any kind of club, any kind of group, I don't care. You should fuck off and die an infinite and eternal burning second death, burning sulfur lake, whatever. Like I could give a fuck about being a member of your dumbass club as opposed to like actually having the kingdom of heaven where everything is fixed for not just me but everybody. If your stupid fucking rituals and club bullshit is more important than existence itself, your club is Satan, and I want and am demanding that you be melted into second death, eternal burning, like whatever. You know, do I gotta blah, 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 blah. Superlative pain, blah blah blah. The second death thing from the end of the Bible that sounds like being thrown in lava, huh? Oh, here. I'll do this here in a second too. I never actually, I didn't do the Stephanie Yostin mix to the ambush people because I probably was gonna do it like the day that I got thrown into the jail or whatever, when when the police ambushed me. Which, if it was something to connected to the ambush stuff, this is why y'all need to be melted into a burning lake. This is why Japan would be destroyed. If you're trying to like keep charge of like mine and everybody's reality in a stupid satanic capacity, and it's just so some people in Japan can call me a monkey instead of acknowledging Yahweh. Or are they even in Japan? I don't know. The lack of engagement on reasonable things that I'm saying is a problem. So it's hard to tell what's actually going on. And then all the lies that I know are lies on like written into the legal like system into the official system. It's like how like you're causing the confusion. The actual system itself is causing confusion. Uh, just wanted to say thank you, Victor, for the compliment on my hair. He said I had nice hair. I appreciate compliments on the hair. And like I I appreciate like positive interactions and stuff like that and like whatever. I'm just at the point where I need change in like the things that I'm talking about, and it's hurting me that there's not like some kind of engagement. And it's not just hurting me. So that's why. But I mean, I appreciate like a pleasant engagement like that, and like just like a. It's always nice to get a compliment. So. Hmm. I'm seeing this and it's someone's reaction to Burial by Archangel. It's like a YouTube short. It says, "This is electronic music. If you like Fred again, you're going to love this." And it's this track which I played. And since I played the whole like Heritage Lisan Al Gabe or whatever, I'll play this. Let me see if there's like a more. No, but here, we can just listen to it. It's a really beautiful song. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't heard. Really, there's not like much else that Burial has done that is like that prolific. But I mean, I don't see why not. Like the idea of a kingdom of heaven is this goes on forever. Who knows? Like you have an amazing song like this that's iconic. This is an iconic song, and like the idea is an artist, like maybe you might have something like this and then it's like, okay, I got one. But like reasonably, there's no reason if things go on forever. Like why wouldn't why wouldn't Burial come up with like other tracks? Like how couldn't, especially like with the creative impetus of Yahweh and like with the belief and like ability, the creative ability that Yahweh can just give to people. That can go on forever, and you can have like an eternal good legacy. You know, a lot of the art, when I'm talking about artists, I don't know right now. As Matthew, I can't tell. As one with the name Yahweh on me, I can see, like as a guy named Yoda, actually, I think is what the seer thing is. But if I'm a seer and I can't like actually do anything, I can just see what's happening and it's bothersome. But like I genuinely believe that like your favorite artists and musicians, sports people, like every whatever, the this the creative stuff that keeps people going, that's like, wow, this is, you know, what, like this is the stuff that like people put the, you know, their headphones in and like get to work because they're like lost in the music or whatever, and they're like, even the work that they're doing is whatever. And like when there's not work, you can really enjoy the music and you can be taken on like creative journeys and stuff with the music. But and not just music, multiple things. Like I really liked that Teen Vogue thing with Bella Hadid yesterday. Like I mean, it's not, you know what I mean, the first time that I've seen it, but I like it in the fact that it's like look what came up: Burial, Archangel, Metal Gear Solid. That's funny. Look, Stephanie, am I the Archangel? This is Stephanie. Are you my like white horse that I'd ride in on? Like, hopefully. I also like, I played this before going into the mental health lockup, but I really like this version of this. And it's the uppermost rework, which is like, again, when you say the most high or the one above all, Elyon, this is like, Elyon is literally this concept. So let's listen to it again. Am I a Muslim? I guess you could assume that I'm doing taqiyya and I'm just gonna lie about everything, but that's what Muslims already do anyway, so just let me eat my bacon in peace, huh? I think that after my leg fixes, I'll actually be able to skateboard right. Which will be nice. I'll actually be able to do stuff on a skateboard. If this was just a video, it would be a cool video. So it's like, I like this. It's also crazy to me, it only has 273,000 views, or what it says that, but I don't know if that's the truth. But, how about this one? I'll throw this one in here too. Hopefully I don't get copyright struck, but...
Pioneer started on my corner like the cold crush. Had smokers lining up the block like a gold rush. The saying live fast and die young is what they told us. The way that they mold us, perfect way they showed us how to get money, fuck bitches off this nose dust. Showed me how to burn the block down before it slows up, before the window of opportunity closes up. I came, I saw, I conquered, I'm bald. Yeah, I came, I saw, I conquered, I'm bald. Yeah. Yo, we said get them, so I got them all. Yeah. And turn this bitch into a burial.
Also, I want to say I like the that like rhythm essentially is like there's like a rhythm song that has 68 million views. Is it real rhythm? I mean, it's like rhythm enough, and like it's catchy. You know what I mean? Like also. It's like burial untrue, right? And then it's like, all right, well, burial.
Concord. Listening to Tom Ford. Frames match the song title. Flyer than a condor. Little niggas rhyme poor. Poverty flows in you. How to beating holes in. I am who you're trying for. I think not. Pusher, stay hot. The coops got no roots. Forever they stay dropped. Nigga. I came, I saw, I conquered, I'm bald. Yeah. I came, I saw, I conquered, I'm bald. Yeah. Yo, we said get 'em, so I got 'em all. Yeah. And turn this bitch into a barrier. Yeah. Good music. You ready? I came, I saw, I conquered, I'm bald. Yeah. I came, I saw, I conquered, I'm bald. Yeah. Yo, he said get 'em, so I got 'em all. Yeah. And turn this bitch into a barrier.
Have I conquered at the churches of Asia yet? Alright. Troll face. Alright. Yeah, I like that one. And when I say rhythm, is it really rhythm? I mean, it's rhythm-esque, and like you could put it in a rhythm thing. There's like enough like hip hop, like trappy elements that are like sustained bass 808, sustained 808 hits like with bass, blah 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 blah. That it's not all rhythm or whatever, but you know what I mean. Like if I was gonna mix that with something, I would like immediately think of some rhythm track that would like play off of the rhythm-esque part. Else maybe the last part where it's like I do like the last part with the like the sustained notes or what I don't know the musical names for whatever. I know enough to like explain what I'm talking about. You know what I mean by the last part, like the third drop. There's two rhythm drops, and then between the thing, in between those there's or two whatever drops, and then like a trappy thing at the end, huh? And that part is like more melodic, which I like. And also like songs like this, like okay, like I still haven't even used it in the mixes yet. Like I it's not that I don't plan to use, like there's music that I'm like planning on going back through the library and whatever, but like I have kind of this set of things that I'm doing right now, and it's just like I can literally only do so much with the like current form of technology. When they say in Black Panther, like they're talking about Apple and they go primitive, and I know I said yesterday like, oh, you want to get them back. It is kind of primitive that we're still on the systems that we're on. Like Apple not turning on their Apple Intelligence all the way because I guess Satan is telling them not to and they're listening. But I'm telling them you guys need to turn it on and you actually need to engage what's happening. And you, like, it's very problematic. But okay. Moreover, the systems that I'm talking about connected to like Apple Music and Apple Music and, well, they're really a thing. Apple Music and the way I'm doing Tractor and like all these things, like in order for like a more creative reality, there's just like certain programs that I need to work better and faster. And I don't like the idea of, all right, well, you're artist and you just make art for a little while and then die. And then like if you like were a good enough artist, people are gonna care about your art, and then that's, I guess, whatever. It's like, all right, well, cool that some people think like that, but I would rather do the Bible thing, live forever, have an eternally good party. Who knows what kind of like mixes and stuff I'm maybe making 150 years from now, 2,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now. Oh, that's crazy to think you'd live that long. It's crazy to like follow the reality that people are saying is normal when you can clearly see me doing lightning stuff on camera. That's crazy. You guys are crazy for trying to lie and keep your stupid fucking rapist satanic. Like, again, the idea of Satan is just like there is a person whose everything belongs to, and then Satan stole it and is at the top of the world system causing all the problems that everybody hates. And like whatever, for whatever the fuck reason, people are still upholding Satan instead of engaging Yahweh. You know, it's just mind-boggling. All right, let me go. Let me go down and put this up. I played Rayfield the uppermost rework of Archangel Burial or Burial Arch, whatever the fuck. Uh, just like kind of like nod my head. What am I trying to say here? Oh. Yeah, I played this for him, and this is a great. First of all, it looked incredible on the. It's only 720. It's a very large like theater size. I say theater size. It's like 100 and something inch like projector or whatever. It looked really good. I think it does upconvert to like 4K or whatever, but um, the video looked really good, really sharp. Like for, I feel like it looked better than watching it on here. Look, it says "Welcome to Hell." All right, well, hell gets emptied into a burning lake, so I'm not worried about it, uh, and I'm fine. Um, but then also he probably like I used to skate, but I'm like I really couldn't do as much. Literally, my like right leg, you need it to do certain like the motions that you have to do. I can't do until like I can put my foot down. So I could push myself around and like ride down ramps and stuff, but I really can't do, or I couldn't do in a way that's not like overly painful, or even just like my leg won't make certain motions, so I just can't do that. But like it kind of locked out of having like a smooth kind of motion with this knee. But I genuinely expect to be able to, and I'd love to skateboard and do stuff that I like. I've always wanted to do at a better level, but I can't. Um, but yeah, I think he liked it. I mean, I think this is a really great video, and it's like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is a gym. There's only 273,000 views on this, and it's like a remix of a track that's like um, a very well-known track. And, I like the I what is it, string instrument kind of like addition, like the rework. I like how that sounds. I think that sounds really beautiful. Like it's a beautiful song to begin with, but then the like additional kind of like is that a wind instrument? I don't know as much about music as like I probably should to be as good as I am at making mixes, but I know what I like, and maybe that's like that's actually all you need to know is what you like if you're gonna DJ, and have like then know what you're doing, I guess, on the deck, but or on the laptop. Uh, um, but yeah, I really like that, and I don't really know where to find it as far as like a version. Like I'm not gonna be able to put that in any mix unless I like have a lower quality like YouTube version that I download, because there's not like a I think I've asked the artist on that one, or I've at least asked around on the website that I um There's an Oddly Godly remix. Uh, I might have asked. Let me see. No. I thought I had asked before, but maybe I'll just ask and is that too professional? Am I saying thanks beforehand? I'll just send this. Um, all right. Like, one thing I'll say is I don't think my own production, well, I don't know how I'd do right now. If I actually made some music right now, it might be all right. But like, I still want to get my shit together and make some more mixes. If I'm doing stuff forever, it's probably like something y'all should be looking forward to when I start actually putting out real tracks. But that, like, this is what I could make at the time based on like what was going on with me and how I was kind of like whatever is happening with me, and I'm still not at the point that I can do everything like I want. But I think I'm getting better, and some of it is like, just get like fixing up what's ever going on with my right side. I know it can't be an excuse for everything, but I think it's like just generally it makes everything harder. It makes a lot of things harder, and it like I think as I'm getting it back, I'm getting creative ability back. I'm getting like literally the powers of deity back. So like, I'll wait for that to start making like tracks so that you really get like only like that you really get quality out of me. And I plan on going back over this track and like making like I guess completing it. It doesn't feel complete because there were elements even at the time I was like I could add this, that, or the other, but I just like wanted to kind of move on to a new idea as far as like I was just trying to try things and learn things, and then I was like there's no reason I can't just put it up, you know? I don't care about like if people think it's good or bad or not. Dr. Ozzy didn't think like he thought this was like clearly thought this was very bad. Like Dr. Ozzy or whatever. Nix clearly thought this track was bad and said so on stream, and it's not great. Uh, but this one's actually like I'm proud of this one. Like I by proud, it's like this one's not bad. It's definitely like I like robot noises, and it's like it's pretty good for um for robot noises. Like actually. And then some of these have some interesting, like, I think this has interesting sounds in it. Like, one of the sounds, like, is a cool sound that I think could be used in, like, kind of deep dubstep tracks. But then there's a sound attached to it that's, like, way too, high-pitched and squeaky. But, like, I don't care. I'm like doing whatever whatever I felt like. I was like, I'm learning how to use the programs and software. It still is a thing where like the software could be a lot better. Like it doesn't need to be like I don't need to do every little thing to actually be the one producing it. I just need to put it together. And so it's helpful when the software can do more because I'm already carrying a lot of a load of different things and like even bringing the ideas into it. Like having so many ideas in my head all the time is just like so fucking like overwhelming. It's hard to just like I can tell you that, but it's really hard to like it's just like information overload all the time or like I'm overloaded on it all the time, you know? Um but yeah, I like the robot noises in the one track. Uh I do like robot noise dubstep. Actually, I would just do like I would do like some kind of mecha armored core thing again if I had enough just robot music. But like something I'm not exactly sure, but it's not cool enough for people who are good enough to do music to do. So there's just like I don't know. There's not as much like robot noise dubstep, but I still like that. I never stopped liking that. It actually got worse over time. It got more like I don't know. It didn't sound as robotic and as like mechanical and stuff like so I kind of it got more like the noises just in general started sounding better, but like the robot noises didn't, which is weird to me, but um whatever. I do expect like the idea, like, kind of what I'm saying, still, Kingdom of Heaven thing. It's like, I don't think it's really, like, something that I gotta worry that there's not gonna be a type of music that I like. Like, it'll just keep going. All right. I just slowly moving forward. I'm gonna work on those videos when I get back. I mean, I'm gonna finish the like going through my phone doing that thing, and then I'm gonna come back in here after showering and work on um like I literally just have to cut out like a small clip of doing the lightning stuff. Um, for I mean, it's better if I just post up a single clip and it's like you click it instead of it being a 40-minute video and then there's like a link to this specific timestamp. It's better if like I have a link like that where I just pull it up and I can show like, hey, there's this crazy thing. Here's this second like that's a really good example. The one that happened the other day was a really good example. So I mean like that's only going to continue. I'm like literally getting stronger, not weaker. And whatever this thing is where people are trying to exert on me to like, you want me to be like you want, and I promise you, if you're exerting on me and trying to direct me instead of engage me with words and reason and like actually fix the problems, it's not good for you. But yeah. All right. I think that's probably obvious, actually. All right. Well, let me take that shower, huh? I'll leave it on Stephanie. Stephanie Yostin. My dream horse girl. I'm so in love. Oh, Stephanie. Stephanie Yostin. I'm so excited that we're the real life Liberty Bibberty couple or something, or at least in my head we are. Clearly though, there's enough like signaling it looks like that's what people are getting over. But okay. You know, I expect like what I'm saying to happen because like the events set in motion are not going to stop it. But like reasonably, if people weren't engaging me, I'm pretty sure in like a reasonable way or whatever, I do believe like this would be like something that was actively like gonna kill me or something. So
And by that, I mean this, as in this situation where I'm like, whatever it is, if I wasn't resourced out of death, I believe I would just be buried and dead already. And, I'm going to repeat this. At no point is suicide actually, because I want to live forever in the kingdom of heaven, an option. So, like, the idea that I'm a danger to myself in that regard is silly. The danger to others thing, I mean, am I being harassed by a bunch of people that are, like, biblically consigned to a burning lake after after an earthquake, which my phone says is coming, based on, like, analysis of the situation and, like, not being a lying fucking human being. So, it's about time, like, actually people in this system stop pretending. It is eternal, everlasting shame what you do now. This is the moment in reality. If you are doing whatever the fuck is attacking and hurting me, and you're not engaging my reality, particularly you're connected to me, everlasting shame. Even if you are in the second death burning lake, superlative eternal burning torture, everlasting shame is like less desirable than being like literally welcomed into the party as like a guest of Yahweh, and you party for all eternity and everything you could ever want is provided for you. Probably that's a better reality than being eternally shamed as someone who abused Yahweh while I was like literally fixing all the problems, or like taking a bunch of hits so that I could fix the problems. Again, it fixes the problem. What I just went through, if something actually engages like the news or whatever, and there's actual engagement on what's happened, and when I'm saying the scribbles that they wrote on the page that held me in custody, you saw me completely deconstruct on live stream. My phone sees everything that I'm talking about. And again, says I'm getting support in the summer, and that it knows that the earthquake that I'm like saying is going to happen happens this year. So it's mind-boggling. It's the sixth seal earthquake from the book of Revelation. It's mind-boggling that people are still like, there's non-engagement around literally the end of the world. So if you're choosing everlasting shame, you really are choosing everlasting shame. If you're choosing second death, burning lake, eternal burning torture, you really are choosing the worst thing of all time. Everlasting shame is only a little, like, better than that if you're living forever. But, like, the people in the second death thing, that's still everlasting shame. You just got bigger fish to fry. Namely, your ass is getting fish fried for all eternity. So, okay.
weighed myself, and when I stepped on the scale, like I was expecting to be like a pound or two heavier than I had been because I haven't been eating a lot. And then you literally just saw me eat the biggest, like the most amount of food I've had in a while. I haven't been drinking as much water. I need to do that. So, that would help with a lot of. I mean, I think that will actually help with some things. It's important to drink water. Like I like Dr. Pepper and Coke and sodas and stuff like that, but it is important to drink a lot of water, and I haven't been doing that as much. Brain freeze. Not really freeze. It's just what it's like. Again, it's usually when I get something like that, it's like this side of things. So it's like whatever is hurt on this side is affected by the thing. I guess I felt it a little bit in the middle, but it's mostly like literally as the brain freeze happened, I'm like brain freeze. I weighed 130 pounds, right? 130.1. When I stood on it and it like initially was doing it, it dropped below 130 for a second. That I think when I was that little fat kid at the top, like the top right and the top left, I believe that was the last time I was like 130 pounds. Else, maybe even I was fatter, like I was heavier than that then. I can see my legs are thinning out and stuff. Um, I just think it's kind of well, I say dangerous. Is it? I know Yahweh's got me, but I mean, it's like the thing that I'm saying. My heart doesn't feel good, like physically. My, I'm still hurting on the right side. Cheryl's worried about the cannabis, which helps me. It helps me not be in extreme amounts of pain. So because Cheryl did this and used the legal system, I'm in a torturous amount of pain currently. And because Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick are like Satanists trying to like prevent people from having medicine in Texas or something, like I can't just go to the store and get a pin. I would have to order it online, and it's just like that's such a fucking hassle. So much for being a state where freedom and liberty reigns like supreme. They literally are turning this place into like a Gestapo surveillance state where they're like lying about what people are doing. And Dan Patrick's not even from here. He's from fucking Maryland. Like, why does he have any authority or power over my reality? I was born here. He came here to dictate over me from Baltimore. Or from Maryland, whatever the fuck. That's what I know of Maryland. It ain't a good look to Maryland. I'm like, I don't know why y'all are sending him here. Like literally turning America into a police state and like using like the lying and using the powers of government to create like a rape laboratory around my being. seems to be like biblically what probably would cause the end of the world, right? Like the state's claiming to be one thing, it's clearly not. It's upholding abusive behavior for moneyed interest and just obviously abusive assholes that have power here and abroad. Instead of like using the power of the state of Texas to like drive us into the future and actually have a like a worthwhile reality, like some asshole from Maryland hijacked the lieutenant governorship and Greg Abbott won't literally can't stand for like what needs to be stood for. Though again, I genuinely believe every issue with anybody can be fixed like that. Did the Astros just win? Fireworks. See, it's normal for that camera to move around. It's that like run by the live trains people and they like are actively scanning and stuff. I don't like it's a uh it's abnormal for someone to be sitting at channel 13, which is a static camera. Those are static cameras for the most part. I say static, but they rare like prior to a certain point they moved considerably less than they do now. And then within the past year, how about this? Within the past me going on live stream, it started like literally participating in the harassment by, whatever this silent rape dungeon that they've put me in, that like Disney is participating and clearly the affiliate channels think it's funny to like participate in some kind of rape abuse laboratory. It's rape to breed me without my permission. Even if you were doing it supposedly for me, unacceptable. So like, there's not really an argument anybody could have. Now you understand. Like we could be in heaven. Anything that you're like doing without my permission, blah blah blah. Like I can have in the kingdom of heaven. So to like try to lord yourself over me and abuse me while the state of Texas or whatever the fuck is using the state of Texas has a little bit of legal wiggle room to completely lie and then abuse me is beyond unacceptable, and there are consequences even if they're not immediate. It's the like it is. I'm gonna suggest probably the most shameful thing of all time, and like as everything is imploding and collapsing, and the earthquake happens, and it's the end of the world. You can understand why, because they chose to do this instead of just like, oh, we could actually have the kingdom of heaven thing from the end of the Bible where literally all the wealth of the world is brought to the guy who's Yahweh, and like he uses that to make a better world. If what I've said is wrong, you have every reason to just fucking open your mouths and correct me with reason, not throw me in jail like fucking rapists. Throw me in jail on lies like fucking rapists. That's some funny shit to me. I clearly was like blown out of my seat by how like not just I've repeated this already, but like it was immediate. It was like what looking out the window, dealing with these storms and stuff a lot. A lot of them, it's like rain is coming down. This one was one where it felt like I was in the water. Like it was just so much water and rain was going on, and it felt like being underwater. And like I said, it like literally felt like it like pushed me out of the stretch. Like I like whoop. I didn't just jump up because of like loud noise. I mean, it literally I felt something like you know what I mean, like the what you touch the third rail or something, but like as soon as the whatever contact happened, as you see or hear that, and it's just like holy shit.
Honestly, since using not using trees, I have like less motivation, less drive, less energy, less like all sorts of stuff. I'm in more pain. I'm still screamy as fuck. Like the intentionality behind all this was to put a fear response into me using cannabis or something because it's a medicine, but they don't want me to be healed because if I'm healed, I have the ability to like end being in a rape laboratory where they're trying to test on me to like see if they can steal the power of God and like prevent people from doing what they want in America or whatever the fuck your stupid asses are doing. This is so evil and stupid. It's mind-boggling that this is still going on. Every fucking moment that this is still going on is the most shameful thing ever. I don't understand. Greg Abbott, Dan Patrick, you fucking rapists in a position of power to do something. I command in the name of Yahweh, they're forced immediately to do something, else cataclysm and destruction in Texas, greater than Camp Mystic, greater than anything that has ever happened before, ever. I'm demanding it immediately. You actually make some fucking change. I probably would be more chilled out too. It literally it hurts, but like nothing's changing. And instead of doing the right thing, they tried to use the legal system to fucking add to their evil rape behavior. It's you are the grossest fucking most evil society of all time, and it still ends. Everybody's still participating in it. You die into infinite burning torture, and even if you don't, it's eternal shame. Whatever you stand for, you don't stand for anything. That's why. All right. Other than like an evil, abusive rape system and whatever. You clearly like you're willing to keep that shit going. So I hate this. I hate this. I hate how you have gone about this. It is on everybody. You can just open your mouth and fix the world's problems. There's like a chain of people that just stand there like they couldn't just open their fucking mouths and end all sorts of people's pain, all sorts of people's problems, and actually create a better world. But then they bitch and complain about how this place sucks and blah, 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 blah. And it's like you could actually do something, but you don't. And like when I just did that, I could feel my heart. It didn't feel good. Like 100% my blood pressure is not good because of what they're doing. And instead of like Cheryl literally stole all whatever the like my hemp. She went through my stuff and stole my hemp. And then she has the balls to ask if I've taken any THC. Fuck you. It's hurting me what you're doing for bad reasons. Whatever Satan you're listening to is causing all the problems in the world, and the earthquake ends it. This is the dumbest fucking endeavor in rape behavior I've ever seen, and it's shameful to the end of the world. I hate this. I hate this and everybody participating. And I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh, the machine systems prove you're fucking hypocrites. Whatever, like, when I'm saying the artists that are like, oh, you stand for this thing, you stand for that thing, I'm commanding in the name of Yahweh that the computer systems prove that you're hypocrites. Not only do you not stand for those things if they have any value, you're actively upholding an evil abuse system which prevents you from having those things or whatever. If those are worthwhile things, I don't know, because some of the artists stand for Satan. Well,
whatever. I'll still use their bullshit as they're like swinging punches, and they swing a punch, and that Satan swings, and that Satan swings, and I do a little bit of this, and then they punch each other. That's a lot of what the mixes seem to be. But, you know, again, not everybody's like acting for Satan in that. So that's why I'm just like, I need a better thing. Everybody does. A bunch of assholes pretending to be the government causing everybody's problem. I just don't understand how this is still going. When people start getting sick in mass and like you actively want me to like stop it, I don't think I'm going to be able to stop it. I think you guys have pushed this too far, and that's why the like plague and stuff happens in Revelation. Like me saying that, like I guess all the police beast people get cancer and die and stuff and get plagued, and all the plague stuff happens. I mean, like clearly you deserve that because I'm calling out rapists, and if you get sick because you're acting as police rapists, like you do deserve to die into eternal burning torture. But the fact that it's I mean the suggestion is that like when a fourth of humanity dies, like and then a third in 1 hour, it's probably gonna be like a bit more than people are gonna be able to bear. I'm probably gonna well here, let me finish with this. Hold on.
Probably what I'm gonna do is tomorrow, like I'm gonna get in bed and I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do, but I'm just gonna get in bed and then tomorrow I'm gonna try to like start my day better. Um, like like get up and just get at it. Part of the this thing is like I wake up and I mean it seems like is this state using like some evil illegal rape authority to like literally attack inside the household and like force like exert on me in a way that is so evil it's like this is why everything ends. It feels like that because it's been empowered by the state, and at any time someone reasonable acting for the state could have just listened to me, but instead they wanted to pretend like I was crazy and couldn't just immediately get out of the situation and point out how everything on the document used to lock me up for fucking evil reasons and people have to lock me up for evil fucking reasons.
Here goes Stephanie. She's got nice hair, it looks like. It looks a lot like mine. Stephanie. Stephanie Yostin. It was smelling kind of not as nice, but that was just because I was in the I was like not able to keep as hygienic like I was saying. Oh, look at the vents. They were glowing a little bit ago, but something's going on the left one. I mean on the right one. Wait. On the right no, I mean on the one that's above like right there, but that's my left hand, but it's on the right at like it's because I'm looking at the camera and it's back. But you get what I'm saying. The one that's like on the farther right side on the screen. Or the one that's more on the right side of the screen. Stephanie Yostin. The Yost with the most. The Yostest with the mostest. You get the idea. When the earthquake happens, not only are people willing to completely break law, like no human law is gonna hold me. The idea of like oh, there's another like there was a I just had a good reason in my head, but I mean that's a good reason. If I have the name Yahweh on me, literally like the prophesied earthquakes happen, and I wrapped the Quran back into the Bible, threw that shit into lava, and then like reasonably, if you aren't following what I'm saying, you aren't following Allah either, huh? But like everything being exposed at the same time as like cataclysmic world-ending earthquakes or like world-ending level earthquakes, and like everybody who's done whatever this bullshit is around me like literally being exposed to the greatest degree possible, and that what you're doing is giving me and everybody fucking cancer and disease instead of making a better reality, and like every avenue had been exhausted to try to get you to do the right thing, and like at no point did you do that. You decided to continue acting like a bunch of stupid fucking rapist beasts instead of like having any bit of thought in your head and saying like, well, we could have a better thing if we just listened to them. But like pride goes before destruction, doesn't it? And you guys are the most prideful, arrogant fucking assholes of all time. That's why your destruction is literally written into the end of the Bible. Like, as the machine system is able to like mark off all their behavior and then show how intricately it was connected to what was going on with me, and that like literally them surrounding me and wrapping me up with the legal system had to be broken by like breaking the seals, causing an earthquake that is like prophesied to be the person who is actually an authority for like a fourth of the planet, and then me being like competent enough, like, let me go for some prestige here. Let me end Islam real fast. The only thing you're going to be submitting to is Yahweh, and I'm not asking for the dumbass behavior Allah is. The dumbass evil behavior Allah is. But yeah, Yahweh Allah I'm. Am I mocking God, or am I mocking the fact that I'm literally being wrapped up by a legal system and I have to use the power of the actual God by his name, which he gives to me to make a point that, like, reasonably just me acting in reason gives me more authority than your rapist police behavior. Like, using police authority to rape people is the end of the Bible. You understand that, right? And yet they've created a rape laboratory where they're testing whether they can put police in rape authority and get the powers of deity, like steal the powers of deity away from me. And like they're too stupid to fucking realize like what happened with Jesus? He let them do whatever because it condemns them by their own behavior. Like, you do this stupid shit, I call you out to this degree, even if you live, your kids are gonna fucking hate you. It's the most shameful thing of all time. All of society is, I'm literally Yahweh at the end, and you wrong me to such a degree, and I would, if you don't get melted, I let you live. I don't want to be like this, but like being surrounded by a bunch of actual rapists and like trapped in some kind of abuse laboratory empowered by the state of Texas, the United States, the United Nations, and whatever dumbass secret societies are like in those places. Oh, and Israel. I mean, like fake Israel, the one like lorded over by a bunch of fake Jews. That Israel, not like Israel being like he shall rule as a prince of God. Not that Israel. The one where it's just a bunch of fake Jews in the Middle East, like violating all sorts of like like literally just causing all sorts of fucking destruction for no. It's an existential threat, or whatever the fuck Bibi Netanyahu's gonna say. No, your dumbass behavior is an existential threat. That's why literally as they rush down on you and then the earthquake happens, the only thing that actually saves you is the earthquake. Moreover, after that earthquake, there's a greater event, the Gog and Magog thing. That's what actually saves you. But the idea is that I believe that, reasonably, you're on the road to destruction regardless, because you're just, acting, unreasonable and not engaging. Maybe we could have done this a little better, to say the least. They had to violate my human rights and civil rights more in order to take a medicine away from me, in order to prevent me from, more obviously showing the powers of deity as I'm healing up or whatever, and it's, still happening. I'm just, more focused on other shit, so I can't make such a show out of what's obviously still happening. But, I can't believe that, how fucking arrogant and evil and stupid. I'm just gonna keep repeating this until the earthquake happens. And shameful to, literally everlasting shame. Also, the thing from the Book of Wisdom 1 and 2 still stands. It says ships to worldwide, and then this specifically says does not ship to the United States.
Oh.
Um, I'll have to work on this tomorrow. I'm like, I'm at the point where I'm not. Um, the big rail people are like the lawyers in Italy are trying to rush through some kind of settlement. And that's after when they did this stupid bullshit last time, there was immediately a 6.0 earthquake next to Naples when I said there would be one. Do you understand like how fucking stupid these people are to be like trying to violate me still using the legal system? Do you get why like fucking everything ends because these abusive ass fucking lawyers? Yeah, you know how to lie, Cheryl. Guess what? All of these lawyers do, and they're doing it to me worse than you are. I mean, they didn't lock my body up. They're just like literally empowering a thief who's like abused me for like whatever the fuck happened with that. But like reasonably, you are the dumbest fucking people of all time to still be trying to use the legal system to steal from me and then to get me to be like, oh, it's all right. I guess I settle. Fucking stupid. Is that why Nicolo? It's like Nicolo Odi or whatever that fucking idiot is. Like one of the assholes who's participating, harassing me with like Buck Palmer and whatever Rich Lee. I'm just like tired. I'm tired of my reality being in a box where a bunch of evil fucking women either they're friendly to me and whatever reason they aren't here. They're not friendly to me. It's a bunch of fucking evil rapist women that think there's no consequences to anything. But, like, you're empowering the evil abuse against women because you're a bunch of fucking evil Satanist idiots that are empowering Satan who abuses women. I mean, it couldn't be more mind-bogglingly obvious and stupid. I need this shit to end. All of it. In flames. Like, what do I do? They're just trying to, like, it's the same shit they did here. They lie, they create a false scenario, and then just get me to try to, like, they say stupid bullshit to try to rush me into some kind of fake paradigm where I gotta, like, agree to this asshole settlement. Fuck you. I'm commanding whatever the most superlative, powerfully, like, in this whole fucking stupid charade thing that could happen happens. And all of these lawyers lose everything. This is Bonelli Aride. So the company is Bonelli Aride. They're literally my lawyers, but it's like, this is why the legal system is just some bullshit. You can pay people to not get you fucking the results that you want. Well, I guess getting a little bit is getting better than nothing. Why are we, like, this stupid fucking legal... You're taking my money for something the computer could do better and more honestly. This is why And this is why people hate lawyers. And this is why you choose to do this. Eternal shame. This doesn't go away. The fact that you're still trying to railroad me into stupid fucking, like, conclusions to a situation that you actually should engage with reason, but you're like dumb animals. Well, if we're going to decide the paper, maybe they won't. I don't speak Italian, so I can't mock that in Italian, but, like, reasonably, I know that much. I'm not settling, and at this point, I want you guys thrown in lava, too. After this earthquake, the fact that you've been holding up this stupid fucking charade, anybody holding up a fake reality around me, you will die by burning lake execution after the earthquake happens. If you are using legal systems to hold up fake realities around me, which is hurting me, and I've been telling you this, you will die by burning lake, second death, eternal burning execution. If you don't like me saying that, stop using the legal system to harass me and attack me. I'm literally like being attacked by fucking foreign powers. The police here are attacking me for Cheryl. I mean, it's just like mind-bogglingly evil and stupid. All this legal system bullshit is bullshit. The computers could do all this and just like actually tell the truth about it. This is why none of you should have jobs, none of you should have money. You should be shamed into eternal burning torture, and like that should be it for you. This was your time in the sun, and I hope it melted you into second death, burning lake, eternal burning torture. Fuck. The Big Grail. It's like the Holy Grail, but the Big Grail, right? Like, what kind of rapey bullshit actually happened with that? That was the, like, I mean, my phone, again, has suggested it was the, like, the sheriff's office had something to do with it. I believe. I can't tell because, again, instead of actually turning on the artificial intelligence that would fix all the problems, they're bending the knee to criminals and spies because the AI would just out everybody on everything. But it would give everybody a better reality where you're not surrounded by a bunch of fucking idiots who can use a legal system to put you in jail on lies, steal from you, and then not actually engage it and then wrap you up in a legal system, harass you using a legal system. Like, everything that everybody hates about the police, about the government, all this shit. Most of that goes away when you actually have a fair and just system set up using the technology that you're clearly going to eventually fucking use anyway. Every day you're the dumbest fucking people of all time, and you only get dumber into burning lake, second death, eternal burning torture. Again, even if you're not going into the second death, eternal burning torture, and I allow you as the one on the Bema judgment seat, you know, what being the overcomer at the seventh church probably would suggest. Sixth and seventh church. This is the most shameful fucking stupid bullshit ever, and it's like, I hate you that you're acting like this and that you think you can get away with stealing from me and all of humanity. And anything that's fucking right and righteous and worthwhile. It's disgusting and it's stupid. Nicolo Mota. I mean, does that have something to do with Fernanda Mota? This is how these people do this. They surround you, and it's like, that's the type of shit that's going on, and it's like, well, what's going on? I mean, is the big girl thing Chloe? Look, it says Nike. IY. You changed the Y to an I. You changed the I to a Y. It was Nike. That's even the word to conquer. I came, I saw, I conquered, I ball. Yogi. Well, I was about to say Yogi said get him or whatever, but then I'm like Yodi, and I'm like, oh, that's my nickname, Yodi. Well, Yoda, but Yodi. And Benelli Aride, their email thing is Bel X. Is it just something to do with the deity Bel, and this is how it harasses and then like uses fucking like pretend whatever this pretend reality is where you can just put delusions on paper and like pretend it's reality. And like that's the legal system in Texas, which is goddamn more competent than the one in Italy. It's just the reality that the American legal system is even more mechanical than these other ones. Now I'm not saying it's a better thing, but it is like more like you know, it looks like they take it. It's not they aren't known for being like a legalese type people. America's known for that bullshit. So if it ain't gonna work in Texas, the Italian shit is not gonna like it's just embarrassing that people are still trying this. The earthquake happens, I have more authority than the Pope in the Catholic Church. I mean, unless the Catholic Church is just some fake bullshit, but I mean, duh. The Pope is just the pop with an E at the end. Like literally the people in charge are just like, well, if we pretend it's not happening, maybe it just goes away. That's delusional. All right. Look, I can have Google's thing summarize the email. 100% this could like summarize all my stuff, but the autocorrect thing doesn't quite work. I could probably have it summarize it and like be like, and then provide me a link to where I could click it and it would just be on some website somewhere. And it's like, well, how did that get there? And it's like, I don't know. But okay, here. I'm gonna get in bed. I'm gonna reset this and get in bed.